There you go. You're on. Morning. Good morning. Morning. If y'all would come on in and sit down. We really appreciate all the enthusiasm in the room this morning and the excitement. People, let them come on in the door. Thank y'all for being here today. This is an exciting time. This is, as we've said so many times, I am so happy that I have the opportunity to work with Chairman Irwin. And the House Education Committee and, of course, the Senate Education Committee on all these education bills, for the most part, have become one instead of two. And we all know that it's not a Republican issue, it's not a Democrat issue, it's a Georgia issue. And we're gonna make some changes, and great things gonna happen. So thank y'all for being here. I would like to first open it up and ask Senator Payne if he would say a prayer for us, please.
We'll give you a microphone, Senator, down there. Are you 12?
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for this day and for the opportunities it brings. We thank you for, as you filled each of our lungs today with oxygen to live another day of life. We know that only occurs with your blessing. So it only means that you've got a plan and a purpose for each of us to serve this day. Lord, we just ask you to lead us and guide us in all that's before us, and then we always reflect and do your will in all things that we accomplish. And that way you get all the glory. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, sir. If y'all remember, last year, we had a joint committee meeting also, the House and the Senate did, and it was on school safety. And it was a great meeting, and we all know that a lot of the talk and all that happened that day, we were able to come up with the House Bill 268, School Safety Bill. And so we hopefully, through the process of the meeting today and some hard work with the House and Senate going forward, that we will come up with some positive bills or suggestions on education. And, you know, one of my great concerns, and I know Chairman Irwin told me this also, that we are in for a teacher cliff, and I think in some cases we're already there. Not only for a teacher cliff, for a principal cliff, and he told me that we're in for a superintendent cliff because a lot of our superintendents are aging out. That's why this is so important. I want to first read to you the first paragraph of Senate Resolution 237, so you understand a little bit. So this first paragraph says, they're urging the Professional Standards Commission, Dr. Jody Barra and his group, in collaboration with the Department of Education, Department of Early Care and Learning, the Teacher Retirement System of Georgia, the Office of Student Achievement, the University System of Georgia, the Technical College System of Georgia, and the Georgia Student Finance Commission, and with the input from education associations to provide recommendations to support the state's K-12 education workforce and teacher and school leader pipeline and for other purposes. That's the group that we asked to come together and take down the silos and get in the room and talk. And I know that through the SREB, along with Dr. Barra, along with SREB, has done that. Now, quite honestly, today, he and I was talking this morning, it's kind of like when we were all growing up, y'all remember very well when your mother baked the cake at the house and she said, she's just going to give you a little taste of it. Well, I think that's what we're going to have today, is just a taste of it. Because the final version is going to be due December 1st. And some of the stuff that you will see today will be in a draft form. But at least it gives us a taste and gives us a chance to start thinking about things and moving forward. You know, what really got me excited about this or really upset about it was whenever we met with Irene Money and I met with Dr. Barra last year, I guess, or early part of this session a year ago. And he told me that we had 5,300 vacancies of teachers in Georgia in December 24. But he also told me the good news on that was that we had 6,000 in 23. And in one of the districts, one of the school systems in my district, one of the superintendents told me 3 weeks ago that in K through 5, he had 6 classrooms that did not have a degreed teacher in the classroom. The person that was in the classroom had a high school diploma. You know, we can't move forward with education as Representative Ballard said so many times, and I quoted her so many times on this. It really is a national security issue too, and we got to make things happen, and it's up to us as legislators to move forward and make it happen. So, Dr. Barra, if you would please come forward. It's you have got the microphone for the next ever how long it takes, and then what Jody's going to do is do a presentation, and then I think if we have time, and we should have time, he's going to open up for input. So any of you representatives, senators that want to have questions, input, please don't hesitate. Write them down ahead of time so Dr. Barra will have time to answer for us. And inside your folders should be the presentation that he's doing for us today. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Just. Let's stand by, Chairman, just Jill make the.
Well, I think we made them for us.
Can we send her down to get some copies?
Yeah. Can we do that? Who can we forward?
You make some copies. Thank you. We'll get you copies. We'll get you copies, members. And let me state something while we're in that process, if I could, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me commend Chairman here at his leading the charge in this study with the resolution and seeing the problem. And I also want to, we've got your copies coming around. Members, all members here, I know we've got Representative Wade online and a few that are going to get online here shortly. Thank you for coming. Your efforts. I look at this as a very important topic for us to have a lot of good discussion on this session to see how we can impact this for the good for the students and ultimately for our teachers also. So I want to commend before we begin the effort that SREB has put into this, as Chairman said, and also the PSC with Dr. Barra here. Members, I think you're going to be very enlightened today on this topic. So I believe we've got the copies coming out. So, Mr. Chairman, you want to turn it over to him?
Yeah, let me just mention one thing. And the real purpose of one of the things of my thought on this process is I'm an accountant. I'm a CPA. I am not qualified to know why people don't want to get into education, and I'm not qualified to know why people get out of education. But the people in this Senate Resolution 237 that I just read off are qualified to do that. And this is a drastic situation that we've got to address very, very quickly, because we will never be able, if we don't have great teachers, we won't have great students. And we all know that. And we are making such tremendous strides with our literacy program and all, and we just keep this moving forward. So, Dr. Barra, it's your turn.
Thank you, sir, very much. Okay, I'm going to do my teacher call here already. Y'all have that paper in front of you, but all eyes up here on me, right? Okay. All right. Sorry, it just had to come out. I'm delighted to be here with you this morning. A special appreciation to Chairman Hickman, Chairman Irwin, Vice Chair Rice, and all of the other representatives and senators that are here today. We know that we can't make this work happen without your support, and we're here to collaborate with you and work with you. And just as a matter of introduction personally, this is not my first rodeo. I've been in this business for a long time as a teacher, assistant principal, principal K-12, superintendent in a low wealth, relatively poor rural district, and then a very affluent district. I finished my superintendency in Fayette County there, and I was there for a little over 7 years. So done a lot of work across the state, and still very passionate about the work. I did some association work with GSSA, the Georgia School Superintendents Association, and was working real hard to try to support new superintendents and new leaders. And then I got a call from the governor's office saying, we've got a retirement here. We'd like for you to maybe come and do some work in the Professional Standards Commission. And it's all about impact and wanting to try to do good things. And you'll hear me mention this multiple times. We want to do good things for kids and our teachers and our leaders in Georgia. And that's what really motivated me to move into this position. So just to give you a quick introduction there, talking about any kind of major change, I think it's important for us to understand the why. If we understand the why, we can figure out the how. And that's what we've been doing for the last several months. Senator Hickman stole some of our thunder here. He gave you some of our data, and I appreciate that because we've been talking about that since last December when that report came out. Our agency, the Professional Standards Commission, does do a lot of work with vacancy data. And just to give you a little more clarity with that, as he said, we had 5,300 teacher vacancies. It's a snapshot. It's one time, one day in December. And we've been using that data, and that's another thing we'll talk about later in this presentation. We need to know those numbers. In addition to the 5,300 vacancies, we also had 6,700 positions that had been filled by individuals that were less than what we consider to be fully certified. Just add that, and my arithmetic is that's over 12,000 people they're in positions that or they're vacant or they're in positions and not really fully qualified. Folks, in Georgia, we can do better than that. And that's our message for you today. And part of the reason why, I tell you, we started these conversations in session last year, and I had the opportunity to work very closely with these gentlemen on lots of different pieces of education work. And I appreciated their willingness to allow us to add input. Senator Hickman talked about the group that's in that final draft of 237. Initially, when we talked, and I hope you don't mind me sharing all this, TRS was not in that group originally. And we said, gosh, that's one of the best recruitment and retention programs that we have. We got to put these people in there. Let's get Buster Evans and now Jason Branch. They need to be a part of that. He said, absolutely, 100%. And we talked about the importance in recruitment. We need to start earlier if we're going to recruit for the education profession. So we involved our associations, Page and Gale, and I'll show you a whole list of that in just a minute. But we felt good about the fact that we were able to get all the people in the room. And I'll have to tell you really truthfully, I've been around a long time. I don't know of another piece of work that I've seen where we had all of these folks in the room at the same time and actually talking about a similar subject. And that may be the most impressive thing that's come out of this work is the collaboration that's going on. And we'll talk about that a little bit. I can tell you after the Senate approved Senate Resolution 237, what we did is we began to go out and speak to all the agency heads. Well, actually, let me back up. We did a lot of research on what teacher recruitment and retention looked like in our country. And folks, it's not just an issue in Georgia, it's nationally, internationally. And we've got some things that we really need to get our head around because we are at that tipping point. It could go south one way or the other. And we need to look at this thing to see if we can improve it and make it better. After we met with all of our agency heads, we also met with the association leads. That was really important to us. I do adhere to a number of Covey's comments. It says, seek first to understand and then be understood. And I think that was part of our message in when we talked with all of our leadership. And then we can make trust at the speed. We can make change at the speed of trust. That's another one of his common sayings. So I believe in those things. Those things are really important. So we seek first to understand and then be understood. And then we can make change at the speed of trust. And that's what we did early on to build that trust. And I think that's really helped us a lot. I appreciate that very much. We did a lot of framework in pulling data together. And let's see if I can get this thing going here. It's a big, long continuum all across. And you look at recruitment, and preparation, certification, induction, retention, renewal. That's a big piece of work. Everyone in this room, I know, has been to school. You've been to school. You may have been in a different setting. It may have been a public school. It may have been a private school. It may have been a home school. But all of us have been to school. And you know what? People think, well, I've been to school. I know what it looks like. I know how it works. And I have some opinions about that. But folks, the reality is the school business is really complex. There's a lot of things out there that most folks don't know what happens behind the curtain. And that's one of the things that I think why it's so critical to have all of these agencies and organizations participate. So what I want to do here this morning is kind of replicate Larry Munson. You know, when he started talking about the dogs, he said, "This is the picture." You know, so we want to give that to you here and let you know what we hope to try to do with this plan. First of all, we know that Georgia is a great place to live and work and raise our families. And you've seen a lot of these headlines, and I'm going to go ahead and just talk about those a little bit. I'm not going to read through all of these. You've seen most of these. Most of this is fairly recent data from 2022 up through this year, 2025. We've had some wonderful things happening. We've got some great news going on in Georgia, and we're really proud about that, really proud of it. This one, oops, did I just do that? Okay. Thank you. Technology is our friend, right? One of the things I'm really excited about, I grew up in rural South Georgia in a small town. To see that there's a lot of investment going on in smaller rural settings outside of Atlanta, and I love Atlanta, don't get me wrong. I've lived in Metro Atlanta for the last 13 years. But we really need to look at this as not just two Georgias, but really one Georgia. That's really important for us. So we're excited about the work that's going on and the benefits that are going on in the metropolitan area and in the rural areas. Something I know we're all very proud of. You've heard this a lot. Georgia has been the #1 state in the country to do business, and we're very proud of that. And I'm something that I know we all feel good about that when we hear this. But not everything is always good. And because sometimes things happen that aren't necessarily good. And I talked with my colleague, David Lewis, over in Muskogee County, and I asked him, I said, "Is it okay if I use this?" This was in the AJC. It just happened back, I think, in September. But y'all know a big bank called Synovus decided to merge with another bank, and they're leaving somewhat Columbus. We knew that. And that's a big lick for a local community. I think they had some 1,200 employees that were based there. And while we think the business is good, that particular county is going to be impacted. But I think they have a real positive outlook about this. And I think there are other things that happen like that all across the state where we hear about business and industry moving or leaving for whatever reason. There's some data I think that's really important for us to know and understand. This came from our last U.S. Census report. And it's interesting to see that most of the people who live in Georgia tend to stay around where they grow up, where they're born and raised, unless there's no reason for them to stay. I think that's something that really will help us as we begin to look at growing our own teachers. We need to look at that. We need to look at local areas, and clearly you'll have these reports and you can look at it. Most of our kids are staying in Georgia. We do have some that go out of state to go to school, but the vast majority of our students actually stay here in Georgia and attend our colleges and universities, which we're really excited about. Proud to talk about a little bit. This came from GOSA. That's one of their data that they share, one of our agencies here. So you know and understand the importance of having kids move on to some type of post-secondary training, whatever it is. We don't encourage one above the other. We think they're all valid and important. So this is really some of the nuts and bolts of the conversation that we wanted to have with you today. You know, there's over 140,000 early childhood and K-12 children, not children, but employees, staff workers. That's a lot of folks. And they shape the future of that 1.9 million children all across our state. When we look at education as a whole, if we looked at it in its aggregate, it's one of the largest employee workforces that we have in our state. We've got a lot of folks here. It's important that we discuss this, and I'm not sure who that is. That may be me. Let me do that. Thank you very much. I always leave that work phone on in case somebody down the hall's calling me. Anyhow, it's the largest working group that we have, one of the largest working groups that we have. And we know that educators, they help build this pipeline. We know that educators are the ones that help prepare the workforce for every other business and industry that we have in our state. That's really important. And I will say this, educators do drive innovation, and they help close gaps. And I think every child in this state, every child deserves a high quality education, regardless of where their zip code is. Every child deserves that. We need to do that, and we need to think about that and discuss that and make that one of our missions. As far as the economic impact, I think it's important to mention both on the front side, but also on the rear side. I'm going to give you this number. Don't quote me on this. I need to do another fact check. This was the last information that I'd had. But did you know that in Georgia, school districts are typically the largest employer in those counties? The last time I heard, it was about 120 counties. That's the largest employer in that county out of 159. There's some counties that doesn't work. And I see Representative Ballard here. I'm going to pick on her. In Houston County, there's more military people than there are teachers in the Air Force there. So there are some like that. But the vast majority of our communities have more educators in place than any other profession. And the other flip side, another fun factoid here, Georgia's growing. We're going to see a lot more people come to our state. This is out of Georgia Trend, and this is as of 2025. So we're expecting to see in the next 25 years at least 2.5 more million people here in Georgia. We've got to prepare for that. And then most of them, I suspect a lot of them may be bringing children with them. That's why effective Georgia educators are vital to preparing tomorrow's workforce. It's critically important. My friends from over at TRS shared this one, and they have multiple. I know you can't read some of the small print, but even after teachers retire and they stay in the communities where they've worked most of their careers, they have a huge economic impact in the communities where they live. So either it's front end or back end, educators are important to the state of Georgia. And I think that's something that goes missing with regard to our conversations. I hope it reinforces some of the why we need to be able to develop and grow more teachers and leaders in our state. I'll let you digest that just a second. It's critically important. So the conversations that we're having now with Senate Resolution 237, Senator Hickman, when we had some of our original conversations, the language, and he read it, PSC is urged, yes, sir, whatever you say, sir, whatever we can do to help. So that's why we've taken this and run with it. And I appreciate that very much. And we formed what we call our roundtable for strategic educator recruitment and retention. And folks, that's again, one of the most impressive things that I think that came out of this work is that we've got it's actually more closer to 80 representatives if we talk about people who come in and come out, and over 18 different entities. We had a real big charge, something that we take very seriously. And it actually was co-developed and came out of the group So I wanted you to take a moment and please read through this. I can read it for you if you can't see that, but I think it's big enough. We want a robust, inclusive, and sustainable pipeline for high-quality teachers and school leaders across all regions of Georgia. Like I said, every zip code. And we've done that by bringing all of our folks together, all of our friends and colleagues together. That's a pretty big charge. I want to show you the actual list because I think it's important. And senators and representatives, y'all turn around and look at this back group back here. Most of these people are folks that actually came and spent time with us together, and they're actually here today, even though it's on Friday, and they may be having other busy things to do. A lot of our agency heads and association leads are here. And guys, I just want to tell you, I want to give you a round of applause for all the work here. I appreciate you very much. We could not have accomplished this. And normally I would tell you, at least folks that I've talked to, they would say, normally this takes about a year to do. And we've done it in 5 months, basically. And it's because of the dedication of these individuals. This is our charge, but it's also our opportunity. So I want to show you the groups that said that they would be here. Our Department of Education has been a great partner. Our state board has been a great partner in working on this. DECAL, GOSA, USG, TCSG, the Georgia Student Finance Commission. I saw Chris Green come in, our president of GSFC. The Teacher Retirement System, Dr. Branch is here. I see all of you guys out here represented. I'm calling names, I better stop. And of course, the PSC was delighted to participate. Ms. Petty from the State Board is here. Thank you. Should I do a roll call and just do that? No, I won't do that. I apologize if I didn't call you out here. And here's the associations. Paige, Gail, the Georgia Association of Educational Leaders, Superintendents, independent colleges are represented. We already heard that USG was a part of it. So that represents our public colleges, GSBA, and certainly our folks from RESA. And I know RESA's here that they're going to talk about literacy and coaches in a little bit after we get finished. But we've got a lot of folks here, and I really appreciate that. I know Senator and Representative, our chairman mentioned the collaboration and the facilitation by Southern Regional Educational Board. And 2 of our folks are here that really got down in the trenches with us. I certainly want to mention them and appreciate their support. The interim president, Dr. Dale Winkler, I don't see Dale here, but I know Megan Bourne and Dr. Amanda Merritt are here. Y'all put up your hands here. They really kind of help herd the cats, so to speak, as we were going through this process. And I want you to look, if you don't know anything about collaboration and work, these are some of the strategies and techniques that they use to help bring things to focus. So the priority challenges or opportunities that we had to look at. Certainly pathways is a big consideration for us. How do we get people who are not in the profession into the profession? And there are traditional ways, as students graduate from high school and they go to college, that's one way, but we also have individuals who may be coming from the military. How do we get them into it? We have people who change careers and want to go someplace else. How do we get them into the field? That's a big topic of conversation. Recruiting people, it's a tough sale sometimes. Right now, if you look at the surveys from Paige and from Gail, individuals are not really wanting to get into the profession for a variety of reasons. And we need to look at that and how we can make that better. And we do that by looking at the value proposition of the profession. And there's a lot of wonderful things about this profession. Leadership certainly is a big deal, and we'll discuss that a little bit more. I also want to mention the issue of data. We have a lot of information, lots and lots of information, but sometimes it's siloed up, and we don't always share that. I know that that's something the governor has issued executive orders, and it's there, but sometimes even with that, we're not connecting on the important facts and the data to help drive decisions. And we think that that's going to be a big important part for us going forward. I will tell you, this is what I consider to be our go big or go home statement. We think that Georgia can be the #1 state for education. We believe that. We really do. It won't happen overnight, but we really believe that this plan can help put us on a course to be able to make education the #1, Georgia the #1 state in the nation for education. I'm going to talk to you a little bit now about the goals. Hang with me. This is not something that Jody and one or two others sat in a dark room and wrote it out. This is collective work by the entire group. And I keep wanting to emphasize that. But you see, we talked about pathways. That actually is one of our key groups, and it was actually our largest group. We had most people, they self-selected, said, who wants? But we want to make sure that we make that a little more interesting, a little more efficient, so that they can advance in the profession once they get there. We talk about the value of the teaching profession. Folks, our profession sometimes has been getting a black eye for whatever reason. And I'm not, I've shared this information with a number of people, and in fact, I even told some folks, I said, this one might get me fired, but I'm going to go ahead and say it anyhow. Folks, roughly 90%, actually better than 90% of children in Georgia currently go to public schools. That's a lot of kids. We don't need to be putting public education down while we're trying to build up other ways to educate children. I don't have a problem with choice. I really don't. But we don't need to be putting public education down. And sometimes that happens. I don't know that it's intentional, but that's how it comes out. And if you don't believe me, listen to the surveys that the teachers have completed. Look at that data. It's pretty strong. I think that's something that we can change, but we can't do it by ourselves. That needs to happen in the classroom with teachers. That needs to happen in schools. That needs to happen in school districts. That needs to happen in communities. And dare I say this, but it needs to happen under the Gold Dome too. We all need to be supportive of our educators. And I think the people in this room do. And it's something that's really important to me. Look at the value. We want to make sure that we're maintaining our teachers with the retention piece. Certainly, marketing is a big part of where we need to address. So we've got pathways, we've got value, we've got marketing, because we don't want to just attract every Tom, Dick, and Harry into the profession. We want top quality talent. And if we have top quality talent, we're going to get top quality students graduating from our institutions, whether it's K-12 or post-secondary. I believe that. I certainly want to mention this one. And this is when I point fingers, I'm pointing all these back here at me, because I consider myself a leader in this state and a leader in school districts. But I believe what John Maxwell says is true. Everything rises and falls with leadership. It takes effective leaders, not just in the school building, not just in our communities, but certainly here in these hallowed halls as well. I served on the leadership committee, so that's our fourth committee. Again, pathways, value, marketing, and leadership. And we also added on, as we got into the work, a little bit more about data and technology. So we formed an ad hoc technology committee. I've talked a lot at you here, but I want you to hear from some of our committee members. And we've got Ben McCumbers. Ben is, come on up, Ben. I'm going to let him share just a little bit. I told them, I said, we wanted somebody from every group. So leadership's checked off. Ben is, you can see, let me put this up here. Ben works with TCSG, and we just picked them at random. People who had been at most all of our, well, they're good people. They're not, maybe random's not the right word. Sorry, Ben. But people from every group, and we could have picked any one of them, but these were folks that were active in their group. And we felt like we wanted them to come and talk a little bit with you about what they saw and what they felt during this conversation. So Ben?
Thank you, Dr. Barrow. Thank you, senators and representatives, for having me here today. First of all, I'll say this is very important to me. Before I was at TCSG, I was a teacher and a principal. And most importantly, I am married to a fabulous teacher. And so I hope this is streaming or someone recorded that so it can get back to Allison. In our Pathways group, we really discovered as we came together, looking at USG, TCSG, our private partners, our friends at Georgia DOE, everybody was doing something. And I think what we figured out is that we needed to align what we were doing to ensure that it was easy for folks to figure out, how do I become a teacher and what is my next step? And that's from someone who came out of law enforcement to become a teacher. I kind of muddled my way through it and went into education my wife didn't like me serving warrants anymore. And I figured that out because I had some help at a local level, but we know that that's not always the case. So as we looked at those seamless pathways, we identified things that were already going on. Some local articulation agreements between TCSG colleges and USG colleges where students were getting credit and they could move on and get their 4-year and get their teaching certificate. Georgia DOE, always doing great work with their early childhood and their teaching as a profession pathways. And how could we make sure that those students get credit when they come up to a TCSG college or a USG college or our private partners? And then also, I see Bronwyn's here, the rural apprenticeship, the teacher apprenticeship that Georgia DOE has started, and that discussion was very robust. And so where we really landed in our two main goals, and there are several action items under that, were that we continue to flesh out these articulation agreements, make sure it's not a plate of spaghetti, that it's a highway for students and people when they come to Georgia. And then also, how do we expand that apprenticeship option to other students? Because they are seeing success in the rural areas, and how can we make that happen across the state? Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Stay up here if you would.
We'll let you set up in the front row with us because we're going to get some questions. I see those questions starting to come. Next on our recruitment list or in our working group reporter is Margaret Ciccarelli. Margaret works with Paige, and we certainly wanted to involve them.
Thanks very much. And thank y'all for the opportunity to present today. Y'all gave us a part-time job. And we enjoyed it. It's the best part-time job that I have ever had. And we appreciate Dr. Barrow's leadership. This was certainly, as Ben and Jody have articulated, a group effort. I'll pull it down a little bit. I'm not as tall as Ben and Jody. It was a group effort, and it will be a group responsibility to implement. No solutions that we discussed in the values group that I was a part of can be implemented by one agency or one group of employees or by one association. I think that the collaboration that was really thrust on us, and understandably so, really set up what is to come, which is joint responsibility and joint urgency to address the problems that the challenges that we articulated. I'll give you an example of something that we really focused on in the values working group, and that was addressing planning time and how the feelings of burnout that many educators report in surveys is due to a feeling of time loss, not being able to fit things in the day and not having planning to do that. We discussed various strategies to address that. Should there be mandatory unencumbered planning time? Is that the right solution? Probably not the right policy lever. It's not realistic because sometimes we do need to implement things from the state or district level that we need educators to address, but they do need individual and collaborative planning time with their colleagues. Should we review the funding amount for substitute teachers? Because we know that substitute teachers and their availability impact districts' ability to award planning to educators that they desperately need. And we realized through that process that the substitute funding amount from the state level has never been adjusted since QBE was created 40 years ago. It is still $18 and some odd cents per day. So we really had a very, I would say, spirited discussion. We even moved around the room in groups to indicate how we agreed with proposed solutions to update that amount and what is the right policy solution, the lever to pull. Ultimately, both in group discussions and in discussions with Jody and our great facilitators at SREB who really worked as hard but have done such a great job. We did recommend an increase to that funding amount, and you'll see that reflected in the strategic plan. But as I mentioned at the start, that responsibility doesn't end with the state. It is also an individual and local responsibility. And frankly, one that we will absorb at page 2. Once more funding gets implemented, how does this play out in local districts? Do teachers understand what the policy change will be if you are kind enough to pass it at the legislative level? And did it make a difference? And what can we report back to you after a few years? So that's one example. In the values working group, though, I'd say thematically, we really focused on the need to address the beginning and the end of the pipeline when it comes to other financial expenditures. And make no mistake, there are many non-financial recommendations that we are making in the strategic plan. But we, in terms of financial expenditures, really focused on the beginning and the ends of the teacher pipeline, looking at the need to assist with the cost of educator preparation, which can become a barrier for many candidates seeking to become educators in Georgia. We talked about the cost of student teaching. And at Page, we even went into a college of education and spoke with some student teachers. Georgia State College and University was nice enough to allow us access to their student teachers to interview them about, and one of the a legislator in this room was actually present at that. We are grateful for that, Representative Alallier. But they shared their feedback on challenges, financial challenges, while they completed student teaching. So you will see that reflected in the recommendations as well, the need to eliminate or assist with cost barriers to entering the profession. And finally, wrapping our arms around what the end of the profession, or the apex of it rather, is like for educators who have been veteran educators who have been working in the field for a long time. We discovered and appreciated the feedback from SREB who provided perspective on what other states are doing. We appreciated that perspective on Georgia's STEP salary schedule and how that compares with other states. We stop at year 21 and our neighboring states continue. So we have been feeling with gratitude for policymakers, very proud of where we stay, of Georgia's average teacher salary, but realized through this process that while our average salary is very robust compared to the Southeast, the beginning and the end of our salary structure needs attention. So you'll see strategies related to that. And that's really where the values working group prioritized some conditions like planning that would improve the lives of educators and students, and also more attention to the beginning and the end of the of a teacher's career. But we appreciated it. We were worked hard. We didn't always agree, but it was very collaborative. And as I emphasized before, it set up more collaboration to come to continue solving these challenges and implement whatever strategies y'all choose to move forward. We appreciate it.
And last but certainly not least, we have Christy Todd. She's the Chief of Staff at the DOE. Christy was also our state and national finalist Teacher of the Year. So she speaks not only with the agency voice, but she speaks from a teacher voice as well. So, Ms. Todd?
Thank you, Dr. B. And I say Dr. B because you may not know this. He was my superintendent when I was a teacher. So it's really fun to be back working together again. This is really meaningful work. And I just want to say thank you for establishing SR 237. Because when you do that, what you're doing is you're telling every teacher in this state that what you do is important and we see you and we value you. So I just want to say thank you first. Secondly, I do want to recognize that we have our 2026 Georgia Teacher of the Year in the room, Rachel Kensall in the back. So she didn't know I was going to recognize her, but she has reviewed the plan and has shared with me her excitement as well on the work and what is happening. So in the marketing committee, we really focused on thinking about what assets that we already have as a state. And because we can pass all the legislation and incentives and different opportunities in the world, but if we can't communicate that effectively, we're not going to be able to bring people into the profession. So we see marketing as a key need. So two of the assets that we already have that have name recognition that we believe we can build on are Teach Georgia and Teach in the Peach. So the marketing committee really focused our work around that. Looking at doing a landscape analysis for how we can get feedback to improve those two things that we have, how we can implement it, and then on the backside, how we can evaluate that data to measure our effectiveness. Specifically with Teach Georgia, one of the things that the marketing committee focused on, and I know our data committee did as well, is improvements to that platform. Right now, it's double entry. So if you are a district, you have to enter any job at the your local HR site, and then you have to go and enter it on Teach Georgia. And I'm going to be honest, people don't do that. They just don't. So the data we're able to collect is not accurate. But there are upgrades that can be done that could then sort of scrape all of the data at the local level, put it on one unified job board that then every single day we know exactly how many jobs we have open, how fast they're filling, where we need to focus our concentration. So we believe that's one of the most important things from the marketing committee's perspective that we can do is to market those local job postings through a unified job board. The second piece that we really recommended was utilizing Teach in the Peach. For those of you who haven't seen it, it launched in February. It's teachinthepeach.org. It's a statewide marketing campaign for teachers. And since February, that website has had over 1 million clicks visited by people in every state and over 10 countries. And so the excitement of people wanting to come teach in Georgia, that website ties directly to the PSC. It ties to resources for how you can grow as a leader, how you can find your pathway to the classroom. And we believe that site could be expanded to not only Teach in the Peach, but Lead in the Peach, show some of our leadership pathways, and Prepared in the Peach that could highlight our education partners and how to get certified and what are your different opportunities and routes. So we believe that by enhancing upgrades in those two sites and also having a marketing plan that could include billboards in the airport on why you should teach in the Peach, to additional media spots, whether it be on social media or at events or on TV, there is a great opportunity to market all of the benefits that we have for teaching here in Georgia. So that was the main work that the marketing committee did and the recommendations that we had. Thank you.
I want to thank you to my reporters. I can show you the email I sent them. I didn't tell them what to say. I wasn't going to handcuff them. In fact, they may have been looking at me and said, well, oh gosh, I don't know what I'm doing. But these folks did a great job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate that. Let's move on into the nuts and bolts of some of our recommendations. And you'll see up in the top corner here, it's draft. Because this document is not 100% complete. It's executive summary. The document we give you on December 1st or maybe before is the strategic plan. It's much more detailed. A lot of the conversation that was had is in that document. It's complex, but if you want to know what we're thinking or how the thinking came about, you can find it in that document. I feel really good about that. But today we're just going to hit the high level spots. So our first one is pathways. And you can see some of the things that we're looking at as a working group committee. We're talking about the TAP program. That's the Teacher as a Profession. It's a CTAE program. Not all school districts and high schools have this program, and they can't afford to have it. And I'll go into this in just a second when I show you the recommendation there. But early childhood, that's out of DECAL. We need to include even the babies, the little ones, and they're struggling to find people at times to be able to work in those groups. You've heard us talk a little bit about pre-apprenticeships and apprenticeships. We already have some pilots going on in Georgia. I feel really good about the work I've seen and heard about from Dr. Bronwyn Reagan Martin, and really excited about that. We have something already in Georgia. It's called Tutors for Teachers. And I see Miss Irene back here. She really drew our attention to that. That's actually, I think, in the resolution itself. It speaks to that. That's why we're talking about it. I think we have right now 141 tutors in districts, in multiple districts around the state. The State Department, the DOE is helping to support that. There may be a good reason for us to expand that program going into the future. And then, of course, cross-agency infrastructure, because we want to retain and support those programs. Seamless transitions. Ben mentioned it, Dr. McCumber, and anyhow talked about the agreements, the articulation agreements. Folks, that's sometimes like carrying rocks up a hill. And I'm talking about my colleagues here, but I do believe that we can get there, because I think folks are already seeing that. And I'll give you a concrete example. They've already approved what we call 2+2 for nursing. If there's another career field in Georgia that we need more of, it's nurses. Well, they've worked together and they figured out a way to articulate that between TCSG and USG. We think they can do that with educators too. And we haven't got there yet, but I think we can get there. That's Jody's opinion. Increased transparency about transfer paths for students and moving from one place to the other, possibly even adding that teachers as a profession to the HOPE grant funding. We have HOPE grant where kids are going to our technical colleges primarily. That's something to consider. Now, one of the things that I know, having been around the Gold Dome enough, if we're talking about proposals, one thing you ask is, how much does it cost? Am I right? I see heads on it. Well, we've got some rough numbers here for you, and we're going to show them to you. And just hang on. So here we have some potential numbers for the a statewide coordinator. I know GOSA is looking at that for articulation coordination. The Tutors for Teachers program provides CTAE lab weight funding. Right now, the Teacher as a Profession program, what it has is it has regular FTE funding. And local districts can't afford to do that just with local FTE funding. I think if we were to add the lab weight to it, then I believe that we could probably have more programs. And I think most all of our high schools across Georgia would benefit if we had that program there. That would be a way to recruit more and grow in your own communities. Certainly the registered apprenticeship We have that in 30 districts in Georgia. You may not know that, but we think that there could be more in early childhood. We certainly think it would be neat to be able to have apprenticeships in districts where they have traditionally tough times of filling teaching slots. So you can see our projected number, and all this is projection, folks. We're trying to give you some ballpark numbers to look at and to consider. Looking forward, we want to remove some of the cost prohibitive barriers when we look at this. I know that one of the things that we talked a lot about in the early stages of the resolution was looking at student teaching and those kinds of things. How do we provide support for that? Looking at how we can make that scalable. Student teaching mentorships. We need to be able to coach and mentor these young people as they're in the profession. This is one of the biggest high dollar marks that we have. I will tell you that, but this is not just 1 year. It's over a 3-year period. So we've spread that out. And again, you have all this in your documentation. And we can come back to any of this if you want to when we get to the question part. Valuing the profession, I think this is really important. I'm going to share some things with you as far as how we can improve climate and culture in our school buildings. That's something that I think really does come back to leadership ultimately. But one of the things that we talked about doing, and I will tell you, a draft is already ready for this. I'll give you a little spoiler alert. We've created a portrait of a teacher. And when we say portrait of a teacher, what are we talking about when we see a world-class educator in the classroom? What do we want those people to be able to do? Now, folks, these are aspirational in nature, but we want good people in the classroom. We want good role models. We want people to have good pedagogy. We want them to have good content knowledge, all of those things. And our folks have developed that, and we've got a draft ready for you to look at. That doesn't cost you anything. We've already done that for you. Take a look at it. Certainly want to continue to have teacher input. We want to hear their voices and provide opportunities for them to share with us. We certainly want to try to do the best we can with regard to teacher planning time. Margaret had mentioned the possibility of being able to have some increase in the substitute teacher money. I'll share that with you here in just a second. Nobody wants teachers to be out of the classroom. But if we want to address issues, and I know most of you in here are very deep involved with the literacy piece. We're trying to improve literacy in Georgia. Well, we have those standards in our ed prep programs right now. So the people that are coming out will have had a lot of training on literacy, or they should have. That is our goal, and that's something that falls on the PSC to make sure that's happening. I will tell you, and I'm happy to talk about that as a sidebar conversation. But the vast majority of teachers are already in the buildings. And are they getting the training and teaching that they need and the coaching that they need? And the only way we're going to do that, and if we want to move that needle faster, we've got to provide better training for them. And the way that we can do that, hopefully, is by providing some additional funding. So I'll go ahead and show this to you with regard to the amount that we have projected. We talked about the number itself. That number's been static for a long time. It's $18.75. We haven't messed with that since QBE came on board. We took that number and did a study on that with regard to looking at an inflation calculator. And we found that $18.75, if we were to calculate it today, it would actually be over $57 per day. Now, we're not asking for that. That would break the bank. We understand that. But if there's a way that we can touch that number in some way, form, or fashion, and we propose $25, that would go a long way to providing districts more latitude so that training and coaching could take place. So that's the rationale behind that. I will tell you this. If you look at that bottom bullet, explore a study of innovative staffing and scheduling models. We're not just asking for this forever. we've looked at other districts and other states across the union. We know that North Carolina, for example, is doing some really pretty innovative stuff. They started a while back, but they put into place some ways that they've worked with their master schedule, and they carved out time for teacher training without costing more money with the with substitutes. So we're looking at both things on the as we go through. Continuing the valuing proposition, I know one thing that was mentioned in the resolution, so we've included it, talks about the teacher compensation package. We certainly want to be able to address that. We did mention the $3,000 tax credit for teachers. That's something that we included, certainly something you can look at. We've talked about the state salary schedule. And Margaret already clued you in and gave you a spoiler alert that we were going to talk about this a little. But once you hit that 21st year stepwise, technically, unless there is a overall COLA, a cost of living increase that you folks pass, there is no other steps after 21 years. That's a real retention issue. That's why some of our teachers are saying, look, there's no reason for me to hang around. I can go home and draw my retirement and be okay, or I can do something different. That's certainly something that we want to take a look at. It's going to take some actuarial studies or financial studies, whatever you want to call them, to see how that would impact us. We don't want to hurt TRS in any way, shape, form, or fashion. But we want to take a look and see if it could be done. And that's going to take some additional study. So that's one of our recommendations. I know Representative Ballard, Senator Hickman both have right to work or back to work bills that have already been dropped. I know you guys are going to be working on that in the session. We wholeheartedly endorse coming back and resetting that. It does sunset. And I know you folks have already committed, not committed, you're going to work to try to get that done as quickly as possible at the beginning of the session. If there's anything that we can do to help support y'all, let us know, because we strongly believe in that and want to see that happen again. So you see the numbers here, the tax credit, we've done some calculations. You kind of have an idea about what we're talking about. The veteran salary cap, that's going to take some study. That would be in 27, 28 or down the road. But we do want to begin to look at that. Extending the return to work, depending upon which piece of legislation, how that comes out, that may or may not impact dollars and cents. But as the old model was concerned, it really was cost neutral, according to my friend Buster Evans. And I think that's pretty accurate. But if we do some tinkering with it, we want to make sure that we're not over obligating the state for that. Continuing to move through this, support systems, working environments, conditions, autonomy, we want to be able to do that. A lot of times when you hear teachers saying, well, I'm leaving, they're not leaving because the bottom line, of course, they would like to make more money, but it's not always about the money. It's about the climate and culture of where they're working, in the community they're working, in the building, their district they're working. And we need to be able to address that with support and training with our leaders. We're not looking at that as really costing any money in 26. But that's one of our recommendations. We may want to have some pilot funding down the road for that. Looking at collaborative statewide marketing, Christy mentioned that. You know, folks, we can't go anywhere in Georgia without seeing a cow painting on a billboard, can we? Y'all know what that is? That's Chick-fil-A. And the Golden Arches. We know that is McDonald's. Everybody knows Siri, right? Everybody knows Alexa, right? Do you think that happened by accident? Folks, that's marketing. It really is. So we want to continue to be able to, I say continue, we certainly want to expand what's going on with Teaching the Peach. It's a wonderful start for marketing the professions. We want to expand that. And we want to be able to do that with Teach Georgia as well. We're going to need some support with that. We want to do it in the right way. And we feel like if business and industry can do that, we ought to be able to do that as well. Leadership support. This is a biggie. Everything rises and falls with leadership. I told you earlier, spoiler alert, we also have a portrait of a leader. And that's really important in my opinion. And again, what we're looking for is high quality individuals, people who are willing to do the right work for the right reason, and they put kids and teachers first. We think that's really important. We want to be able to look at a number of issues, and you see the support requested. The portrait of a leader is already drafted. We'll be happy to share that with you shortly. And looking at professional development, the reality is that we've got preparation programs from our universities. We have great work being done, and Ben Wiggins is here from Gale. They have principalship programs, assistant principalship programs. The Superintendents Association, they have a lot of professional development programs for superintendents. There's a lot of those things out there, but what we'd like to do is look at that portrait of a leader and begin to align those training programs with that work. This is one that I think is really important. The stress and the strain of the job is really preventing a lot of people from wanting to move into those roles. There's some things that we need to do and provide some supports. I had the good fortune of connecting with the state health benefit program, and Dr. McGibney helped make that connection for me. We sat down and had conversations with those folks. We think that we can collaborate better with agencies together. They already have a lot of mental health opportunities. That's not new money. It's already money that's there, but we need to communicate those programs about mental health, employee assistance programs, and looking at leadership wellness. Because if we don't, we're going to continue to see that churn. And everybody knows this. If you don't have consistency with leadership, typically we don't see the growth that we want to have. So I appreciate State Health Benefit partnering with us. Looking at statewide data collection, this is our looking at all of our agency heads were really agreeable to do this, but they loaned me their technology people. And we were able to sit down and talk with them, have some conversations. And honestly, I don't think they'd mind if I tell this. They said, Dr. Barrow, we were just waiting for somebody to pull us together. We really want to work on this. And they have jumped in, and I think some great things will come out of that, not only for recruitment and retention of educators, but also for other data points that may be needed. The preparation for our leadership. This is a big one. Y'all know several years ago, I think it was back in the 90s, we stopped paying for leadership degrees if a person didn't have the job. That came about by state statute. We probably need to revisit that because what we're seeing now is a slim pool in leadership areas, particularly in our superintendent area. And I think that we can do this. We're going to have to look at, if you talk with any educator in Georgia that's looking at leadership, a lot of them don't want to go there because of tier 1 and tier 2. It's confusing. It's problematic for some people. It creates problems or barriers for districts of hiring people. We need to update that. We can handle the tier 1 and tier 2 leadership in my office in the Professional Standards Commission, but it's going to take some support to be able to do that, and it's going to take some time to do that. We can't do that at a flip of a switch. But right now, that wouldn't cost us anything. It would cost some significant dollars if we come back and change the statutes where leaders can't be paid. You talk with any of our RESA people here after the meeting, after they talk about literacy, Richard, I'm not throwing you under the bus, but I know you can tell them more than I can tell them about some of the difficulties about hiring leaders in your communities. Data sharing, this is a big piece. Christy talked about that a lot, and we certainly want to be able to look at this comprehensive dashboard and this job board. We've got the data. It's out there. We just need to get it under one umbrella. It's going to cost us a little money to do that. And our technology people are going to have to be given latitude to put that together. Okay, so here's the grand total. Pathways, value, leadership, data enhancement, and there's our total. Now that's a big number. It's not that big. I can tell you, probably a week ago, that was like $78 million. So you got that going for you. You know, we pulled it down, but we want to be able to be candid and we want to talk about this. Don't let this be a barrier for you. We can work with you as we continue to move through the process, and depending upon what you want to strategize and work on first, of course, we'd like to commit to all of these recommendations in the executive summary. We're testifying here today, sharing with you. We now have between now and the 30th to be able to have more conversation, and we want to hear from you now. So I've done most of my presentation, Senator Hickman, Representative Irwin. We're going to have anything that you share with us and any other tweaks that we need to make that comes out of our group. And we're going to have this planned to you December 1st, no later than that. Beyond, we don't think that this is going to be done in 1 year. We think it's going to take an extended period of time, looking at a 5-year plan, possibly a 10-year plan. But at least the foundation has been laid. And you won't have to go back and say, well, what did we do? What did we talk about? Folks, we're going to give it to you. It's going to be rock solid. Now, things may change and evolve over time, but we're going to give you a real good framework to work from, a real good foundation to go forward with. That's our pitch.
Couple of great statements. First of all, Superintendent Woods is in the room, and Richard, we really appreciate you being here today. Thank you for your presence. There's a saying in Georgia, South Georgia, says the ox is in the ditch. And I think the ox is in the ditch as far as our teachers. And I think we appreciate so much what you're doing. I think when we talk about cost and all, I remember the study that Georgia Tech did for us on literacy. And Georgia Tech said that literacy or low literacy rates in Georgia are costing us $1.8 billion a year. And either through additional Medicaid funding, either through not people incarceration, people just not working. And I think we got the same situation with not having the right teachers in the classroom. There's no telling what the cost of that cost is to us. And I know it's great that we're the best state in the nation for 12 years in a row, but just imagine where we could be if we had 0 vacancies in the classrooms with the right level teachers in the classrooms. That's critical. Richard, Jody, one thing that I really wish y'all would address is salaries. We talk about so much, but I think about just this past week, I was at a skills competition in Statesboro, and I talked to a young man that graduated from Georgia Southern in May with a construction management degree. Now he's coming to Atlanta to work. Told me he's starting out at $77,000 starting out of school. Yeah, $77,000 coming out of school, and so our teachers in our district starting out at $44,000. There's no correlation there. It makes no sense. And that's why when the governor's honors program was in Statesboro, and I was talked to him a couple of years ago, they do it every year, and they had all the different colleges had tables set up at engineering, business, education, blah 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 down the line, and there was nobody talking to the education person there. And I went up and asked her, I said, nobody's talking to you. She said, and she didn't know who I was. She said, "Sir, I had a young lady come up to me a few minutes ago and her mother said, 'No, you don't need to be a teacher.'" And I'm consistently hearing not only teachers saying that, I heard an assistant principal in my district say that a couple of weeks ago. Many of y'all were there. You saw it on Zoom. You saw it was a House study committee that he showed a picture of his 18-year-old daughter that would graduate in May. And he said, I cannot today recommend her to be a teacher. You know, that's the issue we got. And we got to address this thing in a very simple manner. And I know from, probably shouldn't say this, I'm going to say it. So some of the issues that, of course, Ms. Dale Burns in the audience, but I heard her say yesterday that sometimes the speaker's patience is not what we would like for them to be. But I think my patience, and I know some of our patience on these same issues are in the same situation. So I think we not only have to address this in a long period of time, we've got to jumpstart this thing because the ox is in the ditch. And for me to tell you that one of my schools, your hometown, had 5 vacancies up to 3 weeks ago. So we were in the school year 3 months now, and there had 5 vacancies in elementary school that the person in the classroom did not have a college degree. So is there an urgency to this? Yes, it's urgency to this. And the billboards, you know, my favorite billboard, of course, Chick-fil-A is too, but my favorite billboard is the Grady Hospital billboard. It says, "I wouldn't be here without Grady." What if somebody said, "I wouldn't be here without my teacher. I wouldn't be here without blah, blah, blah." That's the type of thing. So I'm looking forward to the big picture report, because hopefully in the big picture report, there'll be a good bit of expansion of what y'all have got here.
Yes, sir. I think, to real quick response, I think our educators deserve every penny they make every day, every day. I'd also know, that that's one of the biggest levers as far as expense that you guys pull, is significant. I would say this, we very much appreciate what's been done over the last 5-6 years with the addition of funding for teacher salaries and COLAs and one-time bonuses and those kinds of things. But the reality is, we can't pay our teachers too much, in my opinion. And looking at that going forward, we're happy to work with any committees that come up with regard to salary schedules and looking at that. I know that this is not an endless. I've talked with OPB and they've told me they do not print money over at OPB. They do have no printing press for money, and I appreciate that. But anything that we can do, but we also know that there are other things that we have to do as far as vacancy issues, and we've talked about a number of those things here. But would love to have a conversation about salary schedules.
Imagine coming out of school, being a teacher, making $44,000 a year, and to rent an apartment is $1,500 a month in our area. $18,000. To me, that's the biggest. You know, we get in our accounting firm. You know, we're starting out accountants at $65,000 a year now, and you know what? We will lose an accountant to another firm for $1,500. So is money important? Money is extremely important to these young people. I know when Joanne and I started out, just a little bit each month to buy groceries was a big deal. And I think we got to look at that situation for those people. It may not be, we got a great retirement system, and thank the Lord we got the TRS the way it is. But you know, it may be more about what that young person can take home and buy groceries with when they first start out, as opposed to what's going in their retirement system. Now, do I believe in a retirement system? 1,000%. But all these type of things are things that we got to really take in consideration and move forward. And we don't need, Jody, I'm sorry. Jody, these numbers are not big to me.
Okay.
You know, when we talk about the $36 billion budget and education is 52% of it, these numbers are very, very insignificant. So I think we can work with it and all, but we just need to be more aggressive and we need to be more faster moving this thing forward, because we've already lost a lot and we don't need to lose any more time.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. We appreciate that very much too. And I'll go ahead and tell the Appropriations Committee chairs to to write those numbers in this year's budget, if it's okay. I'm teasing. Really, what you say is absolutely correct. We have some unevenness, if you will. You want to call it inequities. We have some districts that are able to pay more with local supplements. We have some districts that all they can do is the state salary schedule. And that's the reality. I can tell you in my experience in Ware County, I had to go and beat the bushes and recruit hard because it was tough finding folks in that rural district. In Fayette, it wasn't as big of a deal because people wanted to come there. High quality of life, all of that, and the pay was good. But even now, even today, they're having issues with certain high needs areas. So it's a reality. I can tell you, I know it's real. And certainly salary would help with the process.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to add to this just some here. Dr. Barrow, thank you for the comprehensive approach to looking at this, you and your team. Before we entertain the questions of the committee or the committees here, I want to tell you that good reports are a launching pad to good change. And that's what I'm seeing happen here. You've come up with a very comprehensive look and recommendations to us. I'm very excited if you see by the participation in the room here of the members and the fact that they're willing to dive into this need. This is obviously a need that is going to impact the whole state that needs to be addressed if we do not. So, Mr. Chairman, if we can at that time, I would say turn it on over. I've seen them come up. So,
yeah.
Senator, I believe you're the first one that the button's ringing for a question down there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the passion with kids and everybody knows, but one of the things I've questioned is, did y'all look at any pathways for parapros? It was years of exceptional experience, because to be able to move up, become a teacher with, say, after 10 years, I mean, they've a lot of times a 10-year parapro is a better teacher than the first-year teacher in the room. And to move up to become educators with a lesser degree of requirement.
Absolutely, Senator Payne, and thank you for the question. I do know that parapros are in the bigger strategic plan. We see those positions as being tailor-made to grow your own. In fact, a lot of districts are already doing that. They're helping their teachers, their parapros become teachers. There are a lot of innovative pilots around the state where that's happening. A lot of times what happens though is if a parapro is in a teacher preparation program and they get to the point where they're having to go student teach, they have in some situations, they've had to quit their job. And they can't do that because when they quit their job, they give up all their benefits and their income stream to their family. So we've got to figure out ways to work around that. And that's a real thing. You ask any of my colleagues, they'll tell you, I know that happened even in my last district. And what we did is we made exceptions for that. We made it work. So somebody did not have to give up their health benefits to be able to student teach.
Well, I think one of the things, having worked 30 years with kids, one of the things you can never ever outdo is just a passion.
Yes, sir.
And a lot of times those parapros have greater passions than sometimes the teachers do. And if we have the opportunity to let those people move up and become some of our best and brightest teachers.
Absolutely. 100% agree with you. I know particularly in the literacy arena, parapros are absolutely essential. They got to have those folks. They need the training and the coaching right along with the classroom teachers.
And I'll encourage the members, great question, Senator. Continue to engage here. We have time for this engagement from you, and I'm going to try to go in order by which I saw them. Representative number 23.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Barrow, just appreciate all of the work that you, the committee, has put into this report. It's excellent stuff. You all have been very thoughtful and intentional with this. To Chairman Hickman's point, the ox is in the ditch, and we've got to jumpstart this thing, but we also got to start somewhere. And you've left us with quite a few strategies and goals to begin with. It's never easy to pick a favorite. Got two boys. I love them both dearly. But if you could direct the committee's attention around one or two strategies that you wanted to lift up and create an additional level of prioritization for us, what would those one or two strategies be out of this report?
That's a big question, a big one, a loaded one too. I would I would say this, what we tried to do with the strategies and the recommendations that we presented in the executive summary here, that's sometimes the low hanging fruit, but the ones we felt that would have the greatest impact on the issue of recruitment and retention, depending upon what we're able to do and what the General Assembly wants to do. I would probably want to recircle the group. And boy, Hattie, you're talking about arm wrestling and rope pulling, but I could ask them to say, because it's really not, I don't want to be my one voice. It is the collective wisdom of this group. I'm telling y'all folks, that really will make this thing sing. And I'm happy to be the mouthpiece for it, but it's all of us working together. That's how we've gotten to this point. So I don't want to not answer your question. I would say, let us go back. If that's something that you really want to know, we'll come back and we'll wrestle that out and come back and say, here are our top one or two. But that's hard to do because we may not see the full impact unless we do multiple strategies. And that's the problem. We sometimes want to find that silver bullet, and there's no real one silver bullet that's going to solve this. It's going to take an aggregate of multiple strategies.
Are you practicing to be a politician?
I learned from the best of the best right in this room.
Number 6, I believe, was the next going here. Number 6, is that you, Representative Townsend?
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you. Kind of a two-part question. The first part, when you were looking at the cost and trying to keep teachers, are we looking at look at the salary structure? Are we kind of looking at the end first? Like, what do we want that 30-year teacher with the bachelor's, master's, specialist, and a doctorate earn? At the end goal, what's as of this time today, what's that end salary going to be? And kind of work our way back. And then are we thinking about, you talking about leadership? Are we talking about as well doing that for looking at what size school systems you are? Because I know there's a big difference in salary given for being a superintendent in Fulton County or in Metro Atlanta compared to Twiggs County or in Glenn County. So kind of what's the possibility for that? And of course, a couple other questions, but kind of start off with that.
I try to be very transparent in that conversation. I can tell you what has happened, and we've seen this. Teachers have said, okay, we can't get pay if we have a leadership degree, but we can move into instructional technology. We can move into curriculum instruction, and we can draw the pay because we can earn degrees that are still paid through the salary schedule. And then when principalships or assistant principalships or directors' jobs open up, they look at us and say, why would I want to do that? I'm making almost as much money right now. Why would I want to go after that job with all the headache and all the extra hours and all the conflict that you have to deal with? So that's a real issue for us. And that's part of the reason why we've got to reboot that system, I will tell you. And this has come up, at least in leadership conversations, a lot about how we've got to be able to handle that in a different way.
I understand that piece because I agree with you. Because back in the day, the issue was you had small colleges out of state offering diploma drive-throughs.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where we were getting degrees in
Absolutely.
12 months.
Absolutely.
Shouldn't have happened, but it did. And
Yes, sir.
it is what it is. So if we straighten that part out, I totally agree because we want, and right now under the system, we have to be careful of a administrator entering the classroom without any kind of administrative training.
Yeah.
Because that could cost you more in the long run too. So
Absolutely.
I'm 100% agreement on that.
Absolutely.
But I think if we attack the teacher crisis we're looking at, we know that 5 to 7 year period when they first start teaching after they get tenured, that 5 to 7 year mark, they really decide we want to stay in that teaching profession.
Right.
And that's where you lose some teachers. So I don't know if we have those numbers or not. The second piece is, again, what's that end goal? Because how do we plan a structure of at the 10th year, they should make this, the salary step, that step, we should make this without knowing what's that final amount for a teacher now? And then of course, increase it throughout. But I mean, what's the end goal for a beginning teacher, for a teacher with a master's degree after 30 years? What should that end salary look like?
Yeah.
To me, that's what we have to answer almost
Right.
to really come up with any kind of schedule or anything else.
Let me come back, and you made a very valid point. And I understand why the legislation was put into place because you're 100% correct. We had some fly-by-night organizations. You drive by, write me a check, and I'll throw you a diploma in the back window and keep going. I can tell you this, Representative Townsend, we've pretty much eliminated all that. In fact, if anybody, I'm not saying out of school programs are not capable of providing good quality degrees, but they have to go through an awful lot of work to get through the eye of the needle here now at PSC. So I can assure you, we've got that situation dealt with. The question about looking at an end game, what is the end number that we would be talking about? That's a $64,000 question. Maybe that's not a good analogy using that. Teachers, a lot of times, when they are looking at advanced degrees, I'd like to think altruistically, they're looking at, because I want more knowledge to be able to help me in the classroom and help me grow professionally. Maybe I want to add on an endorsement as a reading specialist, or maybe I want to add on another degree. Some do it primarily for the salary. I'm just being transparent, but that's not a bad thing, because I think if they're really in those quality programs, and I can tell you, we can show you the data that the people who go through programs in Georgia, they stay at double-digit percentages more than people who come from out of state. And what we want to do is get people in quality programs. I don't know how to give you an answer to that one, as far as saying, okay, I mean, we could probably do some calculations. There's people in here that can do math a lot better than I can, and we can look at that. And I've got salary schedule review on my list to consider. Maybe we can come back and give you a better number.
I understand. Thanks. I was just trying to think a big picture, and when a person's deciding what field to go into, you always have what an engineer is going to make in their lifetime, what a teacher is going to make, what a police officer is going to make. They have to decide a direction to go into. So if we kind of have that out there, possibly, that's just a thought, but.
I may ask my friends at Page and Gale, can y'all survey and ask teachers where they want to wind up with their end of the degree? We'd have to do some real thinking about that one.
Let's go to next, and then we have an online question too coming. Number 10, Representative Glaze, I believe that's you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Barrows. I just got two things that I want to give some input. So when we talk about school climate, we had a couple of great ideas around leadership and training. But one of the things I think we have not really excavated is student leadership. And even though we have SGA, we have not really used students to the level I think we should. There are some schools that have a more robust student leadership group from each grade, and those students are involved in setting the school climate amongst their peers. And so it costs us nothing. But they do have to have someone who's over that group. And peers, as we know, really impact peers more than teachers when it comes to climate. So I don't want us to leave away from that without excavating that a little bit more. And then second, in the marketing piece, we've got all of these different state tax credits, the movie state tax credit. And at the end of every movie, there's a peach. What if after every movie that is made in Georgia, we could put this information around the unified dashboard so that people could see where teachers are needed and in what school systems we have opportunities. Because it's just a part of what we already do, but if we were able to add that would be huge. It would go all over the nation for these movies and certainly in Georgia. Just a few thoughts.
No, I appreciate what you said, Ms. Glaze. First, let me say this. I had a lot of different advisory groups as a principal and as a superintendent. I met with leaders, I met with teachers, I met with Chamber of Commerce, my favorite group was meeting with the students. And I will tell you, they will speak the truth. They'll tell you what they really think. And a lot of times they can really add value to the conversation. So I'm 100% there with you. And you know, the other idea that you talk about marketing, and I know Ms. Todd's here, she's listening to this. It's a lot of times all you have, the power is in the ask. If you just ask people to do those kinds of things. I know when Teaching the Peach came out, we were one of the first agencies to link Teaching the Peach to our webpage because it's good work. And a lot of it came out of the PSC, as far as data and connections. So we just need to be more intentional about asking people to do those kinds of things for us. And that could be part of the marketing plan.
Okay. Thank you, Representative. Let me go to online. We've got Representative Wade and he is driving. So I'm going to ask his question for him out of safety here for his safety. What is the recommendation to get the 12,000 educators that are employed but not fully trained or credentialed?
Actually, that's 6,700. I added the vacancies and the ones that were not fully. We would need to look at those individual circumstances. Local districts have flexibility with regard to hiring people who are not quote unquote fully certified. Our role as the PSC, we encourage folks not to do that unless there is a real desperate or real reason to be able to do that. If I have a engineer that's really, really good at math, I might be willing to write a waiver for them if they can teach us algebra, geometry, whatever. That makes sense to me. But if you're just going to take someone who has a high school diploma and try to give them a waiver, I'm not so good about that. So we've got to look at it sometimes as a case by case basis. But I think there are a number of ways, and there are pilot programs out there. I'll mention Georgia Best. I think Coweta County and maybe Cobb County, they're doing some real unique things about developing leadership and degrees, and they're helping pay for those. But there's the promise that the individual is going to stay and continue to work in the district. So they're looking at that. They're funding most of that by themselves. Now, not all districts can do that, but those are the kinds of things that we could probably look at and encourage districts to do. Maybe they haven't thought about that, is how can you get that person to full certification, fully prepared, fully trained? We have TAP programs. We have all kinds of things that folks can look at.
I'm sure you probably need to go back and look at some studies, but is there a correlation in those systems of diminished student performance?
We haven't really dove into that. And I think that's kind of the data that would be interesting. And I think our data committee that could be one of the benchmarks that we wanted to look at. And I don't know that we can do it one-to-one, but it may not be causal, but it could be correlational. And I think that would be a good way to look at that. And we can talk to them about that.
Yeah. And I think lastly here, at least 12,000 educators are at his number located in certain regions of Georgia or spread across districts in a similar manner.
They're really all across the state. We have some big districts that have big needs. We have some small districts, number-wise, they may not percentage-wise, though it's as big. It's all over the state of Georgia. I know, I can speak from my last position. You know, there was a time when I had an assistant principal job. I had 123 applicants for that job. I remember it because it was so many, but that's not the case anymore. In fact, it's the numbers have dropped significantly. In some cases, we're just out desperately beating on the door and robbing Peter to pay Paul in some cases. And some districts can do that better than other districts.
Okay, great. Drive safe, Representative Wade. Good question.
Appreciate it, Representative Wade.
Yes. Number 5. I believe that's you, Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Barrow, for this thoughtful report. Y'all, I can tell y'all put a great deal of work into this. One thing that I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't point out in a robust discussion of recruitment and retention is discipline. Because that is what I hear from my teacher friends, from teachers in my district, of why they leave the classroom and why they are telling young people not to enter the classroom is the discipline. You know, I don't know. I think no teacher's going to turn down more money for sure. But, you know, how much are we going to pay teachers to keep getting hit and kicked and spit on and attacked? I mean, and I think that if we're really going to have a robust discussion about recruitment and retention, we are going to have to include that topic.
Ma'am, I don't disagree. I agree 100%. I'm not passing the buck, but I'm just gonna, the issue is in times past, when kids come to school and they come from a good home and they've been taught discipline and how to be respectful and those kinds of things, those seem to be much easier to handle. What we're having today is that we're having a lot of kids that come to us that are not prepared for an organized setting. And the challenge that we have, I know we have programs with the DOE, they have multi-system series of support, MTSS. What we're having to do before we can actually get to the content is we're having to teach kids how to behave. And that is hard work sometimes for some of our children and some of our communities. I think that those that have gotten their arms around that, also with the attendance issue, I know that's a big thing that people are talking about as well. We can't teach them if they're not at school. We've got to be able to communicate with our parents and connect with them, not as an adversarial role and saying, you know, you're a bad parent, but this is where we've got to partner, because if you really want what's good for your child, we've got to work together. And that's, there's no real quick fixes on that one. But it's going to take work, and it's going to take partnerships. You know, we have programs like PBIS and all, you know, a lot of different things that people can do. And each district, you know, they look at where they are and how things are going with them. And we need to provide support for those districts when they have those high discipline needs.
Okay.
I wish there was a better, you know, if I had that, you and I could both retire and live well if we had the answer to that one.
Let's go to number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd love to know how Representative Wade texted all those questions while he was driving, but that's for another day. Hey now.
We better not talk about that.
So this issue is near and dear to my heart. I have a college freshman who is in the College of Education and studying to be a teacher, and I want to recruit and retain him here in Georgia. My seatmate touched on one of the 2 questions I was going to ask you about, and one we talked about just earlier this week is And to my seatmate's point, I'm proud of the work we've done to increase teacher pay.
Yes, sir.
Teachers are woefully underpaid for what they do for our children. But money's not always the answer. What's another, and classroom environment is certainly one. We've helped improve some of that by trying to take cell phones out.
Yes.
Pat myself on the back there, shameless plug.
Kudos to Representative Hilton.
Yeah, right. What else can we do to improve the classroom environment? And then the second question is, you have a slide on teacher pensions
Yes.
and the defined benefit plan. The defined benefit plan, you have to vest over 10 years.
Yes.
Most kids in their 20s nowadays have 3 or 4 jobs by the time 10 years is up.
Yeah.
Can you touch on the efficacy of, and this may be on both of our pay grades, but would a defined contribution plan, more of a 401k style, be more attractive to attracting and retaining teachers in the state than the current plan?
Let me tell you what we've done, at least in having some initial conversations, and our colleague, Dr. Branch with TRS has been engaged in these. One of the things that Senator Hickman also talked about this earlier. If I'm a brand new beginning teacher, I'm worried about what's coming home to me right now with pay. I've got to find out if I can pay my rent, buy my groceries, pay for my car payment, pay student loans, whatever the issues are. And that's a real challenge. I do think that there are some things that we as a system, and I'm talking about the state, TRS, local districts, can do to better educate young people as they are coming into the profession. One of the things that they've done for us, they've started having conversations with financial advisors, actuarial folks that have talked about, here's what you can look at doing. Here's how you can better manage your money, how you can save a little bit. And ultimately, the phrase I've heard a lot is that we can live rich or retire wealthy. And, that's some conversation. I'll just use myself as an example. I really didn't do well with investing money until probably about 15 years into the profession. I knew they probably had shared some ideas on how to do that. But once I found out and learned more, because I knew that horizon was getting closer, I became more adept at doing those kinds of things. I think we have to have that conversation earlier with our beginning teachers. And that's not fixing it, but I think it's giving them a little more information, and I think that will help.
What's the average tenure of a teacher?
Right now, retirement is folks are retiring about 25.5 years, and not going the full boat to 30. And unfortunately, they're really mastering their craft in that last decade, and they're leaving a lot on the table when they leave that early. There are other things I think that we can do. One of the suggestions is, some type of tax break for beginning teachers. It's in the proposal. That helps a little bit. There are other things that I think that we have to look at as we go forward and educating our educators coming out of school. I wish I had a more definitive thing saying, yes, let's go get this right now. But it's an issue that's going to take a little time for us to make better.
Okay, we've got a hard stop in 9 minutes. We have 2 more here that we're going to try to address if we can. Representative Hilton, Representative Wade wanted me to assure you that he is voice texting. Representative Adina, I believe you're online. If you will unmute, we will allow you to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back to the question of certifying paraprofessionals who are teaching. And I know we talked about, it was mentioned that it should be looked at on a case-by-case basis. And I feel that could be subjective, and I do understand that the schools can make that judgment. But I think considering if the teachers have taught in the system, if there's a way to also, I guess, make it more, give them some more options. So if they've taught in the school system for a certain number of years, wouldn't that be a good way to also add that requirement to that requirement?
I can share this with you. The Professional Standards Commission, and that's our role through certification. We try to be, and truthfully, I can say this, not just because I've gotten there, I've only been there 11 months, but I think the PSC is probably more flexible today than it ever has been. But by the same token, we want to make sure that if we're offering a certification, that these people can meet minimum competencies. And that's really important so that kids get what they need as far as the professional that's in their room. I do think that there's some things that we can look at and have been looking at as far as providing additional training and support. You know, some of that is, we want to make sure it's quality training and support too. But there are ways that if they've gone through the TAP program, if they have a degree, we can shorten their time for certification pretty much. So there's things that it really, I don't want to give you an attorney's answer. It depends, but it depends on where we are with our individuals and what kind of exposure they've had, what kind of training they've had. But we can work with them individually, and we promise to do that if they get in touch with us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Last question we've got flashing here, number 33, Representative Donatucci.
Yes, thank you so much for this. I love everything I'm looking at, but I have a question for you. We do have an educator in the family. So just having conversations with her, I love the salary. Salaries are always important, but when you have a good leader, it's really hard for those teachers to lead. They may have a bad day, but that leader is going to get them through. So my question with that is, what, and it might be too much in the weeds, but what is the thought process for that? Because they don't just need a packet to teach them to be a good leader. How would that be done?
That's actually part of our recommendation. And there are mental health and supporting and coaching is a big part of it. It takes training. And we have, one of the things that we have in place is that profile of a leader that's built into that. So we can now take all of these agencies that are working to support teachers in the classroom and align that training so that it's better, more productive. We've got to think about it consciously. I know principals, assistant principals, superintendents, all the leadership, they're always busy. Don't get me wrong. I understand that. But those that will take the time, the people that in this room will verify, those that take the time and build relationships with their teachers and say, let me hear what's wrong. Talk with me about your concerns. How can I help you? How can I better support you? Giving teachers a voice. I'm going to tell you now, that's huge. And sometimes I don't know that our leaders know to do that or take the time to do that. But that's something I think we've got to begin to have more conversations about. That's part of the reason for that training.
Thank you. I was just thinking, if you and I were in the first grade, you would definitely get an E for exceeded expectations. So pretty cool. Well, thank y'all. And let's give all a hand round of applause. And all of the people that work with Dr. Barrow on this, thank y'all so much. You know, we know this is again, an ox in a ditch, and I appreciate recognizing that. But thank you so much for that. A quick announcement. at 1 o'clock, we're very close to, we will have another meeting in here, and it will be the research directors giving us a report on literacy coaches, growing readers, and Department of Education. Very, very timely for what we're doing today. So y'all please come back and join us. Legislators, we have lunch for y'all in the mezzanine. It's already over there waiting on us. So y'all have a great day, and thank y'all for being here. Dr. Bear, again, thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you at 1.
Yep. Yeah, see you at 1. Cool.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Same here. Good job this morning. All right, let's see if we can call this joint meeting to order here and kick off. Visitors, thank you for coming in the room twice now in many cases and being with us on this. What I'll tell you is priority number one with this literacy is trying to continue to provide the support from up here at the Capitol, as well as to get the report of what is going on in the state. I want to start by recognizing we have the Speaker of the House with us here. Members, Mr. Speaker, thank you for being here with us and coming in here. I think many of you know the effort that Miss Dale Burns does for literacy in this state, and education as a whole is unmatched by anybody. And I personally get to see that. I think, Senator, you do too. And so we're proud. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you do too. And I wouldn't doubt she'll be in here with us at some point too. House members, thank you for coming back. I know we have a few that are online too. Senators, thank you for coming back this afternoon for this important topic. We are going to begin. We have our RESA directors in the room. I think we have a couple of spokespeople over there. I'm going to ask you if you would, Richard, you or Shanna, to introduce all of the RESA directors. I know the RESA directors, but it doesn't necessarily mean the committee members in this joint committee do. So would like you to point that out. And do you want to say something, Mr. Chairman, as we're beginning here?
Well, thank you again. This is such a collaborative effort between the House and the Senate, and we continue. Mr. Speaker, I said this morning, we started out last year with a joint committee meeting, and it happened to be on school safety stuff, and look what happened with that. It just went on for the school safety bill, and hopefully this morning, what we learned so much, and Dr. Barrow brought to the table, and we expand on it, hopefully we can take this teacher shortage and all, and start reducing that shortage, and not only put teachers in the classroom, but put quality teachers in the classroom. And as we do that, we'll increase our literacy rates and we'll decrease the dependency on our government. So thank you. Thank y'all.
Great. Let me point out a couple others. Miss Dale Burns just came in the room. Miss Burns, thank you for attending with us too. We were bragging on you a minute ago, by the way. So I see there is Stacy Lutz. You're in the room, and thank you for being here. We were on a call this morning with the Literacy Council, so thank you for your efforts. I see state board members and folks like that in the room. Superintendent Woods, thank you for being back. I believe we're going to have you, when it gets up in time and Amy's coming up here, allow you to say a few words up here shortly. But I think that's enough introductions for this point in time. Richard, do you want to go first at the introductions? And we'll cut your podium on and turn it over to you for those introductions. And then I'll line you up after that, Richard, on your presentation.
Okay, first of all, Chairman Irwin, Chairman Hickman, members of the committee, thank y'all for allowing us to come and speak with you today. This is an effort that is near and dear to all of us, trying to help our students across Georgia and be ready to increase our test scores, increase our not only test scores, which is typically the measure that we do this by, but we want our kids reading, and that's way more important than anything we can do on a test. So I want to thank you. I will begin by introducing our RESA directors that are here with you. First, Dr. Shana Downs is here. Dr. Downs is with West Georgia RESA. We also have Ms. Debbie Alexander, Dr. Debbie Alexander from CSRA RESA, Dr. Leanne Putnam from Metro RESA, Dr. Laurie Allison from Northeast Georgia, Dr. Julie Alligood, who is from Middle Georgia RESA, Dr. Brian Otot, who is in Northwest, Dr. Brent Tilley, who is at Okefenokee, Dr. Steve Miletto, who's at North Georgia. We also have, is that all my recent directors we've got? We also have our two lead coaches with the Let's Read Georgia program that are here, Miss Michelle Palmer and Miss Mandy Butler, and you're going to hear from them here very shortly. So
Just getting the program set up there for you.
we don't have.
Richard, if you would, I know you've presented the handout we're going to put up there, let you kind of take off with that, but start out with me on kind of the state of literacy within Reese's.
Yes, sir. One of the things that we have been most engaged with, obviously, is the coaching network. Together with the 3 coaching systems across the state, with the Department of Education CSI program, the Growing Readers program, and the Let's Read Georgia program. We're implementing about 240 coaches across the state, working in the models, one being a teacher-facing model that works with a cohort of teachers over a 2-year period. Obviously, the CSI coaches are working embedded into individual schools in our CSI schools across the state, which are our most needy schools. And then the Let's Read Georgia coaches are implemented by district, and then within the district, put into individual schools that are either, if it's a small school that has a single district or single elementary school, that's where they're working. If it's in a larger district, they're working in some cases with individual schools that have been designated through work between the coaches and the district, or they're working with the coaching network structure that they already have in place. So that's how we've come about putting that together, implementing those coaches out into the field each day.
Well, thank you. That, I'm very excited to hear this information today. As you've seen, both chambers and the governor has truly backed your efforts. And we're very intrigued on what is taking place and happening out there. And you're the eyes in the field for us. So we'll turn it over to you then, Richard, and let you continue on with your program.
At the heart of what we're trying to do is to increase the student achievement of our students across the state in the area of literacy, in reading, having them reading on grade level, working most directly in the K-3 schools across the state. What we're trying to do is, no matter where they live, no matter what zip code they're representing, that they have access to high quality instruction, high quality coaching that can come and walk side by side with them. The work is grounded in data. We meet with the districts. We craft a plan around what they're working on, what the priorities of the state literacy plan is, what the priorities of the district are, and what their needs are based on their data, how our coaches can then be implemented to do. They do that through 3 ways. They do that through professional learning. They lead that in the school level, in the district level. We'd also do regional work that helps with that. They are involved in modeling lessons into the classroom, working directly with those teachers. And then probably most importantly is providing actionable feedback to give them to talk about what's going on, where they can improve, and how we can make that better. We've took your topics that you gave us, Chairman Irwin. We prepared some information to share with you today. And to start us off, Dr. Shana Downs is going to come forward, and she's going to share with you about who these coaches are and how they came to work in our program.
Thank you. So to give you a clear picture of our Let's Read Georgia coaches, I have to start at the beginning of the process. Georgia has 16 regional education service agencies, or RESAs, and we all serve very different geographic areas, different combinations of school districts, different communities. Because of that, our needs, priorities, and district requests can sometimes vary. And each RESA is governed by a board of control made up of the superintendents in that region. So that variation is one of the things that sometimes people say, oh, all RESAs are not the same. Well, we're not. because we serve our regions very uniquely and their demands on a regular basis. But we have a unique advantage is that we're in touch with all of the individual needs in our regions. And that's precisely why when we knew that this Let's Read Georgia initiative was being launched, we knew that we had to have consistency. Consistency was non-negotiable. This is a statewide project, and it had to be implemented with full fidelity in all 16 regions across our state if we were going to achieve the outcomes that the students in our state deserve. So we needed common expectations, common structures, and common standards for the coaches who would all be doing this transformational work. And to achieve that, the 16 RESA directors came together early and worked as a unified leadership team. We created a shared job description and a statewide job posting so that every candidate that thought of applying saw the same expectations and the same message, no matter which region they applied to. One of our top priorities was hiring highly qualified educators with deep expertise in literacy, instruction, coaching, and very importantly, systems level improvement. Because of this work is about changing adult practice, not just changing classroom practice. We needed people who not only understood the science of reading, but leadership, implementation, and the process for continuous improvement. Next, we developed common interview questions to ensure that every RESA was evaluating candidates in the same lens. We went a step further that we created a rubric that went along with those questions so they were all the same at all 16 RESAs. Next, we developed we placed a strong emphasis on systems level thinking, people who could see beyond individual classrooms and work collaboratively with schools, districts, and leaders to build sustainable literacy practices. One of the advantages that RESAs have is that we know our districts extremely well. We know their strengths, their needs, and we often personally know the educators within those districts who have exactly the expertise that we are seeking for positions like this. That was both a strength and a challenge because we wanted the very best coaches for this statewide effort. And we found ourselves recruiting exceptional people who were serving critical roles in our districts. So we knew if we hired them, our districts could feel it. And so I know I can speak from experience. There was a candidate in my region that I knew would make an exceptional Let's Read Georgia coach. But I knew losing her could be a blow to that district. It's a fine line that we walk. So I called that superintendent and I said, we would really, really love to hire this person because she could really reach a lot of people and we know how strong she is. And he said, if she takes the position, her impact will reach far beyond our little school district and she'll be supporting the entire region. So please, we'd be happy for her to join your team. So that kind of commitment from the district leadership made it possible for us to recruit truly outstanding coaches without compromising the trust of those districts that we serve. Because remember, those superintendents are our board of control. So we're keeping that balance. In total, I think at this point, we're up to 122 coaches across the state. And the strength of this team is remarkable. Many are former literacy coaches, principals, assistant principals, district curriculum leaders, and instructional specialists with proven records of improving reading outcomes for students. Their backgrounds are diverse, but their experience is deep and aligned with the science of reading. So if we take a look at just some basic demographics of our Let's Read Georgia coaches, over 70% have an EDS or higher, meaning a specialist degree or a doctorate. More than 80% have over 20 years experience in elementary education. 90% specifically taught in pre-K-5 classrooms. Nearly 80% have Georgia Professional Standards Commission approved reading and dyslexia endorsements. 50% already hold Georgia Professional Standards Commission approved coaching or teacher support endorsement, and even more are currently active actively enrolled in that program. Our coaches represent a wide variety of educational backgrounds, and because of their unique regional knowledge, we've been able to hire coaches already familiar with the dynamics of the schools in our regions, giving us a very, very strong statewide perspective. This group brings not only knowledge, but lived experience, credibility with practitioners, and a deep commitment for improving literacy outcomes for every child in Georgia. They're the backbone of the implementation for Let's Read Georgia, and we're incredibly proud of this team that we've assembled.
Next, Dr. Lori Allison and Dr. Brian Otot will come and talk about how we determine the work that's going to go on in these districts and how we work with our districts to make sure that that is meeting the needs, not only of the state literacy plan, but also the needs of the local context.
I'm Lori Allison from Northeast RESA. Thank you to members of the committee, Chairman, for having us here today. We're so thankful for your support and the impact that's making for Let's Read Georgia and for all of our districts. I wanted to share with you today some specific examples of how the work is impacting our districts in a different way and the kind of impact that's making. So an example I could share with you is that as we learned about the opportunity to add coaches in our region, we worked very closely with the superintendents, the directors of teaching and learning, assistant superintendents in each of our districts. We had individual meetings at the district level with every district that we serve. And we had the opportunity to review data, have conversations about concerns and needs, went to the schools with them, walked through classrooms, and sat down together to create a plan of how we would serve each district. It looks very different in each district, but I'm pleased to tell you that in the Northeast region, we're serving and impacting every school in our region, looking very differently. In particular, one of our highest performing districts, who's not always asked RESA for help, has us serving in every single school, helping them move the needle to support literacy for their students. They did not have any instructional coaches in their district at all, and it's been a huge blessing to their district, helping to change teacher practice and move students in the process of their reading development. That's been an incredible opportunity for us to be in there at the ground level in every single classroom with coaching, with professional learning, with data analysis, and helping them with particularly looking at the diagnostic assessments that we're doing and helping to create a specific plan to serve each child in their district. Another example that I can share with you is that there's a district we're serving who has an instructional coach in every building. That superintendent and the leaders of the system have asked us to specifically pour into the instructional coaches. So we are doing professional learning for the coaches, we are modeling for them, and then we're going with them to schools and we're coaching the coaches as they work with teachers in their buildings. And it's been a phenomenal opportunity to see that we can have an impact at a district level by serving the coaches that are in place and helping them to be better at their practice, at their craft, and therefore changing teacher practice for them. So whether it is at a classroom level or whether it is at a district level, we're seeing tremendous gains for our students, and our superintendents are blessed and extremely proud of the work that we're doing. They're very pleased. Another benefit that's happened is that we are seeing more collaboration between districts. So one of our small rural districts has actually gone with us to another district and has watched the coaching in action, which is what got them on board with the process. You know, whenever you invite people into a school, we're guests in that school as well as leaders, and we want to honor the work that's happening there. And so in one small district, having 4 coaches from that district go with us to a larger district, see the work in action, see the professional learning, see the modeling that's happening, and see the grace and the poise that each of our instructional coaches and Let's Read Georgia coaches have. They're able to see the collaboration and the benefit of that work and seeing the impact for students and seeing that it's not threatening, it is supportive, it's identifying a need, and it's like going to the doctor and having a diagnosis of a need and then getting a prescription for it. They see the benefit and the value of the work that's happening. So it's happening. It looks different everywhere, but it is happening at a grassroots level. And we're really pleased and thankful for the work work and the support that you've given to that. And we intend to continue to see this go at high levels. So I shared 3 examples from the Northeast region, and I wanted to make sure you were able to hear from another RISA director about how it's impacted directly their districts. So Mr. Otot, if you would please come forward. Dr. Otot.
Brian's good. I'd like to start by thanking this committee, the General Assembly, for seeing the true value of supporting literacy initiatives throughout the state of Georgia. Because I think we all know if kids aren't reading and literate, we're not doing our best for all of those kids. And I am from Northwest Georgia RISA. When I think of this initiative, I kind of like I think of my own children. One son's very different than the other. We have 17 districts in Northwest Georgia RISA that are all unique. It's not a one-size-fit-all approach in how we work with those districts, directly to what Dr. Allison was saying. So I wanted to share 3 quick things or 3 stories from our districts, but also talk, when I think about this program, I think 3 words come to my mind. One is trust. I say trust is because RISA's work diligently to establish trust with our districts so that they know when we're there to serve them. Because when you think of RISA, the S is service, and that's what we're here to do. The other is agile. I feel like we're very able to flexibly work with districts where they're at. If we see some adjustments that need to be made along the road, we're agile enough to work with the districts individually to support those, whether that be to accelerate the work that we're doing, or maybe sit back for a second and say, hey, let's look where we're at. Where do we go next? I'm very proud to share a couple of different things that we've done in Northwest Georgia RISA. The first is our smallest school system. They have less than 2,000 students. They're a city school system in very far Northwest Georgia RISA. They don't have literacy coaches. They have a district office of about 2 people because it's so small. So they asked us to come in and actually work side by side to develop a literacy plan for their district. That was based on in-class observations of teachers working along with their PL director to develop really a framework for how they will deploy their literacy initiatives within their district. But we didn't stop with just helping them develop the plan. We now are supporting that plan through direct coaching initiatives within that district. Another district very similar to Dr. Allison, one of our counties with about 6,000 students in it, they have coaches. But one of the strengths that we can bring to them is coaching those coaches. Because oftentimes you'll find a coach may come from a different background. They may not have the experience that we can bring to them. So we directly work with their coaches, and we also work with their teachers and support those coaches by providing them feedback as well as ideas on how they can move. And the last one is our largest district with nearly 32,000 students. We're actually supporting their deployment of their highly qualified instructional materials in kindergarten. We're on the ground supporting all of their kindergarten teachers, and we're looking to how we're going to scaffold that with them next year as they move that HQIM into 1st grade. So we're very proud of the work that's being done. We're very appreciative of the support of the state of Georgia and of you to really provide RISAs with the opportunity to support our districts.
Richard, we're turning it back over to you.
All right, well, I'm just going to keep introducing people. As we said at the beginning, the key to this is the people that we put in place. They come to us with high levels of expertise, but what Dr. Alligood and her team are going to talk about next is what are we doing to further their knowledge, further their ability to go into these schools, go into these classrooms, and help the teachers who are boots on the ground be better at delivering that instruction. We've done a lot with developing our knowledge base. Now it's bridging to practice. How do we make sure that they're able to implement this? So, Dr. Alligood.
Good afternoon, and thanks so much again for all of the confidence that you have put into the RISA network. We have been so excited to be a part of this literacy work. It is very important to school people up in the right way. And we know, and we took that responsibility very seriously in the RISA network. I want to echo a word that Dr. Downs said. Systematic was very important to us. We wanted equity across the entire state with the knowledge, skills, and dispositions that these coaches would have when they go into the different schools and system level and school level, right down to the classroom. That was very important to us. But you hear from me frequently. And so I decided to bring our lead coach and our assistant lead coach today with us so that you could hear a lot of how we build and equip these coaches. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mandy Butler, our assistant lead first, and she's going to share a little bit more information with you.
Good, but welcome.
Thank you and good afternoon. So I'm going to talk for just a minute about how we have equipped our coaches. And early on, we put together a design team. And so there are 13 of us who serve on a design team to design high leverage, high quality professional development. Because in the beginning, from the very onset, we knew that we had to provide clarity. We wanted our coaches across the state to be speaking the same language, to have the same understanding around literacy and coaching, and how exactly to move our students forward. So with that, we began with a kickoff initial 2-day, well, actually 3-day session. And we even invited some of you to be our guests. And if you remember, we even sang to you. So we're going to do that again today. No, just kidding. But we really felt like amongst us, it was important that we developed relationships. And that has been very unique because we do make up the RESA network, but we've been able to meet people that we would have never worked alongside with. So that's been unique. We offer quarterly in-person meetings where we come together. And again, that is to focus our efforts on the statewide literacy, science of reading, to make sure that we are supporting our districts in the work. And so, yes, I want to echo what Dr. Downs said as well. Like, we came with a wealth of knowledge, but we also feel strongly about continuing to grow in our profession. So, and keeping those statewide priorities at the forefront. Another thing that we have done since our inception is we have monthly roundtable virtual meetings where we meet to collaborate and share best practices, and that has been very beneficial. We have also had the best opportunities to hear from some experts in the field like Julie Steele, Joellen Killian. A lot of our work is around the 10 roles of coaching. So we've been trained by Joellen herself. That's been wonderful for us as a team. We have met with Maria Walther and Jenny Donahue. We've heard from Jan Miller-Birkins. And also just recently, we were able to work 2 days with Myron Dewick, all the way from Canada, who really taught us a lot about teaching adult learners and the power of a good presentation. So we're continuing the work, but we're also continuing to grow ourselves in the process.
Good.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you again for the opportunity to be able to speak to you all today about the wonderful work that's going on with Let's Read Georgia. My name is Michelle Palmer. I'm the lead coach. I have the honor of being the lead coach for Let's Read Georgia. And since our inception, we wanted to make sure, because all of our coaches were coming to us with varied experiences, varied degrees, we wanted to make sure that there was a standard set for what is the knowledge, the skills, and the dispositions that we wanted to ensure that all of our coaches have. And so when coaches come on to the Let's Read Georgia program, they complete a micro credential. And that micro credential is in 3 parts. The first part of that micro credential is a knowledge assessment. So we want to make sure that they are knowledgeable in the science of reading and structured literacy, the instructional routines that go along with that. And so they take an assessment to make sure that their knowledge is where we want it. The second part of that are 2 performance-based assessments. And so the first performance-based assessment is they video themselves facilitating a professional learning session with teachers. They take us through the planning process for that, through documents that they have to fill out, and then they video themselves actually facilitating that professional learning. They reflect on that video themselves. They send that video to myself, and then I give them feedback to help grow them in their presentation skills. The second part of that performance assessment is they actually work one-on-one with either a coach that they're working with or a teacher that they're working with, and they take that coach or teacher through a coaching cycle. That means that they have a pre-conference with that coach, or teacher, which they video, where they look at data and they set a goal for the next 3 to 4 weeks of what they want students to accomplish, and then what they want to accomplish themselves as teachers and coaches. The next 3 or 4 weeks, that coach works individually with that coach or individually with that teacher, demonstrating lessons, co-teaching, co-planning, providing professional learning, giving feedback and observation. And then they have a post-conference at the end of those 3 to 4 weeks. They video that as well. And during that post-conference, they are talking with that coach or with that teacher. Did we accomplish our goal? Did we get close to accomplishing our goal? What worked? What didn't work? How might your instruction change from now on out since we've been through this cycle together? They send me both of those videos, and I provide them feedback on how they interacted with that coach or how they interacted with that teacher, hopefully helping to move their practice along as a Let's Read Georgia coach as well. I am currently part of the Literacy Coaching Competency Committee, LCCC, and the Competency Task Force. So while this micro-credential is not solely Let's Read Georgia, Growing Readers also takes their coaches through this micro-credential, and the Structured Literacy CSI coaches also go through this micro-credential as well. So it's something that's unified across all 3 of our coaching systems in the state of Georgia. However, we feel like as the Competency Task Force and the Literacy Coaching Competency Committee, we feel that there needs to be a valid and reliable assessment. And so we're working to create one as a new one as well. And so Stacy, she is heading up that efforts. And so we are currently in the work of doing that as well. And then lastly, I wanted to talk a little bit about my role as lead coach. Part of the things that I do to help grow our Let's Read Georgia coaches and to continually equip them with the knowledge, skills, and dispositions that they need is I travel all over the state and I coach them. So all of these things that we're saying that they do with our coaches and our teachers, I do the same. If there's something that they need me to demonstrate or model, I do that as well. If there's something, if I need to take them through a coaching cycle, I can do that. I can provide observation and feedback to those coaches, and I do that on a continuous basis. Another thing that helps our coaches know what to do when they go into the schools and into the districts is that comprehensive planning guide that they start out with from the very beginning. They meet with district leaders, they meet with school leaders, they look at the district plan, the district improvement plan, the school improvement plan, and they forge out a path for what is the work going to look like in your school on a monthly, on a daily basis. They turn that comprehensive plan into myself, or into me, excuse me, and I look through that and I meet with them 3 times a year. The Let's Read Georgia coaches, I meet with them 3 times a year to go over that plan, to say, how is that plan going? Were there changes that needed to be made? It's a living document, so they add to it or change it throughout the year. And so we meet 3 times a year and I ask them about their goals, how they're reaching those goals. I ask them about that comprehensive plan and how that work is going so that we can continue to move forward and not stagnate in our work. And so I thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Before you step down, let me ask a question. I'll take the liberty up here of doing that with you at the podium. Let's just say you're working with somebody and it isn't getting the accomplishment you want. Who do you turn to?
I turn to my 4 lead RESA directors. So Dr. Ollie Good, Mr. Smith, Dr. Alexander, and Miss Allison. Sort of, while all the RESA directors are involved, those 4 are kind of, I guess, the lead. a subcommittee, lead subcommittee for that, for the Let's Read Georgia project. And so I turned to them for advice, on how to proceed with that.
Is there ever any conversation, and Julie, this could be a question for you with Amy Denty or Stacy Lutz, any of those?
We have a lot of conversation every month, don't we? We do.
I think that's been an added benefit of having the opportunity to serve on the Literacy Coaching Competency Committee and also the Competency Task Force, is the opportunity to talk with Amy and to talk with Stacy on a monthly, if not more, basis.
Great. Well, we're just, it's important to me to have a sisterhood and a brotherhood in this effort. And
Absolutely.
that's what generated the questions. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
To frame all that up, I'm super excited that we hired the lead and have the assistant lead position this year, because professional learning is really not professional learning until you can be assured that the learning has taken place. And so that takes a great deal of overseeing, and those conversations that Michelle was talking about, that, you know, as an executive director, I mean, I can do that in my region, but having somebody to keep that systematically moving forward has been a wonderful piece. And the last thing I'm going to say before I leave, y'all know I couldn't leave without saying it. We twine all this up with a little fun. Fun is really not the ugly 4-letter word or 3-letter word. You know, it's not. We have got to get back to the fact that school should be a place where people want to go. And I don't just mean the children, I mean the adults. We have a very heavy lift. Dr. Bubba Longrear yesterday at the Literacy Council meeting was talking about how literacy is second only to safety. It's very important. It's a heavy lift. And that's caused some stress for everyone because everyone wants to do a good job. But we're twining that up with engagement and fun. And we're really trying to keep some of that at the forefront because we wanted to keep those teachers in the classroom. So we hope that we're feeding into some of that pipeline work you all are doing too. So, and I just didn't want to leave the podium without saying that, because I do think that that's where we should all be.
Great. Thank you. I'm glad you're not making me sing again. Julie?
No promises.
A second, we've got, Chairman, you want to?
Richard, just tell me this, have y'all, and I expect y'all to be very honest with and straightforward with us. So have y'all received any pushback at all from any school districts, any superintendents, any principals, any of that? I mean, that straight. And if you
Yes,
have,
to be honest, we have a handful of systems across the state that, you know, they're just not, and I don't want to depict them that they're just sitting back not doing anything, but they've got good plans in place and they're doing good work, and they haven't been, have basically said that, you know, they don't need our support to the level that some others do. With the number of coaches that we have and the number of systems that we're serving, it's sort of the RESA way. We help those who really want our help and will engage with us. And that's kind of where we've concentrated our efforts. Now, I've got one district in First District that has been less engaged in this work with us. They're doing some really good things in their district. We check with them. I talk with their superintendent every month and say, you know, when you're ready, bring us on board. We're glad to help with anything. And we have begun to do a few things in there. But, you know, there's plenty of work to go around and there's plenty of work to be done. All of these systems are doing good things in these places that they're at. But, you know, yes, sir, there are a few places that maybe, and pushback may be a wrong word or a strong word, but they have not been as engaged as some of the others. Some of them are begging us, send them here every day. That's, you know, so it's one extreme to the other.
so those that you got pushbacks on, have y'all gone back and looked at what the literacy rates were in 2019 prior to COVID to determine that these are troubled systems or anything like that?
I can speak to the one that I'm most familiar with. They're not necessarily a low performing system. You know, I think we can all do better, but you know, can they be better? Obviously, yes, but they're not a low performing system. No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And next, we're going to talk about the coaching in action and how we embed them in the schools with the keys of building capacity and sustainability. so that the schools then can continue to help themselves, even when our coach is not directly in the building with them. So with that said, Dr. Leanne Putnam and Dr. Debbie Alexander.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to be here with you. And like my colleagues, I want to echo them in saying thank you so much for your faith in us and bestowing the funding on us. I'll tell you that last year, our first year in this work, in Metro RESA, in our 12 systems, we have 473 elementary schools. And so we had 5 coaches. And do the math there. And that's pretty tough to cover. But we got our feet wet, right? And we got in there and we started working and we started showing people the quality of our coaches, which I know Shanna addressed earlier, the qualifications that they have, the training that they have, some brilliant minds that we have doing this work. And so we were thrilled to have 5 to go out and start working. This year, we were very blessed to increase that to 14 coaches. And we still have more work than we could possibly shake a stick at, as my mama would say over in Alabama. So we are just grateful, though, to be able to increase the number of coaches and serve more schools in the capacity in which we're working. As Richard said, we wanted to share a little bit about what coaches are doing. What are they actually busy doing in the schools and systems in which they are located? And for us in Metro, like I said, with 473 elementary schools, but also with a lot of districts who long before our legislation came along were deeply embedded in literacy work, had invested a lot of money, especially a lot of the ESSER dollars that came along in things like letters training at Orton Gillingham. I know many of you have heard from some of our wonderful leaders in Metro, like Dr. Grant Rivera in Marietta City, Dr. Mike Looney in Fulton County, who have really invested a lot of money and time and energy in training teachers across their districts and some of these wonderful strategies that we know work. And so in Metro, what that looks like for us is a little bit different. And that's why my colleague Debbie here is going to share with you a little bit about what it looks like at CSRA RESA on the eastern side of the state. But in Metro, our goal, of course, is to provide job embedded and that face-to-face support for teachers. It can look like anything from providing professional learning around the science of reading. It can look like providing professional learning for leaders in our schools and districts about what they should see in classrooms as they're doing literacy walks throughout the year. It can look a little bit like providing actionable feedback to teachers and coaches as we're working with them so that they can see what we're seeing. They can see the things that they're doing really well, because if there's anything that we need to be doing right now, it's praising teachers for the hard work that they have put in to all of this literacy legislation and the training and the things that they've been doing across our state. But it can look a little bit like telling them where they need to grow as well. And so that's where the beauty of coaching comes in. We know in the education world, we know that research says that you can sit in a professional learning opportunity all day long, but if there's not coaching to back it up, it's not going to stick. And you're not going to see it trickle down to teachers. And that's where, again, we're so lucky to have our Let's Read Georgia coaches to make sure that the professional learning, not only that they're getting in their districts and from other vendor partners, like, again, Letters or Alexia or someone like that, that we're able to take a look at those things as well. In Metro, again, we're able to work with our district partners, ask them, what is it that you're already doing? Where have you invested a lot of time and energy into training and your own coaching support? And how can we lean into that with you? While we're certainly not a coach for those vendor partners, we know that good coaching and good literacy strategies can come from a lot of different places. And so we can lean into that as well with them. And they've really appreciated that help. Senator Hickman, you mentioned having pushback. I would say we have not gotten pushback. What we have seen is that in our first year, people sat back a little bit, and they did this number and kind of wondered what we were going to bring to the table. I think this year, our biggest issue has been, now, how many days did you say that you could come? We're trying to get in there even more and more because they've seen the value of that, because they've seen the value in what we're able to do, and especially across Metro, where we're
already deeply embedded in a lot of literacy work and have been for years. We're able to support them in the things that they're already doing, but also bringing a lot more to the table so that we're able to provide other professional learning opportunities, especially for coaches. Because again, with the great number of schools that we have and 14 coaches, we quite often are working with those coaches. Sometimes that's in the classroom with a teacher. Sometimes that is at a district-wide meeting, providing support for them. Sometimes it is RISA-wide, providing support for them. But as my colleague said, I believe Julie said as well, our Let's Read Georgia coaches work hand in hand with our ELA specialists at Metro RISA. They work hand in hand with our growing reader specialists. They work hand in hand with our CSI coaches from our DOE partners. We want to make sure that we are good partners and that we're spreading the same message across the state, no matter what agency they're getting it from. And so at Metro, we're very careful that we're all on the same page, internally, but also with our external partners like DOE. I want to give Debbie a few minutes to talk about what that looks like at CSRA.
And thank you for allowing me to come and inviting us back again this year to share. It's been a great year, and adding those coaches has really made all the difference at CSRA RISA. And we do just call it CSRA for anybody who's familiar with the area, because when you tell people that stands for Central Savannah River area, they automatically think we're in Savannah, but we're up the Savannah River out of the Augusta region, so the east region of Georgia near Augusta. But in our district, we serve 11 districts and 2 state charter schools as part of this initiative. And with the coaches that we've been able to have, because I do have a few 49% coaches, along with some full-time coaches we actually, I think, earned like 7, but we actually have 10 coaches. And that allowed every district to have their own coach. Most of our coaches that are in the rural area, because out of our 78,000 students, 60,000 of those are in Richmond and Columbia. The rest, and we've got tiny little Taliaferro County with probably less than 200 students, Warren with less than 700 students. So at some of those elementary schools, just a few hundred students. But as was already mentioned, that also means less support staff. So our coaches really work alongside, again, in those large districts. I'm happy to say, like Columbia, they haven't needed us as much. They have a very strong instructional program, but they embraced our coaches and really, even at their launch of the school year, introduced our coach as their regional literacy coach and had them as part of their administrators meeting right from the start. In other counties, Richmond, of course, we have the CSI coaches. We know outside of the metro, CSRA has probably the largest number of federally identified schools. So we do work very closely with Nick Philman in the CSI coaches. And thankfully this year, with the support of Growing Readers, more of our districts, including those rural ones, are able to access Growing Readers. That's a lot of people in the schools, and sometimes can be even overwhelming for a little district like Lincoln County, maybe, where they wanted to participate in Growing Readers and they have a literacy coach. And one of the conversations I've had recently with that superintendent was, well, how were these selected when these looking now at the action going on? We worked side by side with that principal. They didn't have a specific curriculum director or a district literacy coach or a coaching program. They had coaches in their school, but that principal walked side by side with our coaches, same in most of those rural places or in those charter schools, where our coaches are really saying, where is the need? What classroom, doing those classroom observations that have been mentioned, working alongside sometimes even a novice coach, sometimes that teacher who was really great elementary reading teacher, but now I'm teaching adults. That's different. That first time I step outside my classroom and see that everyone doesn't have the same knowledge I do, or maybe they are even in a non-traditional program, learning on the job. Our coaches have been able to support the high quality instructional materials by going to that professional learning with their teachers in that district. And then right now, in many of the cases, they're sitting down helping them align those new curricula with the new ELA standards and really bringing that to how it should look in the classroom to ensure students are readers and to get the outcomes that we want to see in Georgia. So I'm really excited about what we've been able to see in both our large districts and those rural, because some of them had no instructional coaches and principals and leaders. As much as we want to say as a principal, I can coach my teachers, it's a very fine line between evaluation and coaching, and it's tough to do. And with all the things that happen, it's great when you have those extra hands. And we're just seeing really great work. I'm hearing great feedback about the individual coaches that were hired. And again, just working alongside, again, growing readers and the CSI coaches in the CSRA is just really, we're expecting to see the results. It may take time. I'm a flywheel person, but we've got to get on that right path and continue to do it. But I believe we'll be seeing those gains as our teachers are learning and our students will get the best high quality education and really become proficient readers. So thank you for letting me share a little bit about the CSRA.
If y'all would stay up at the podium for a minute, let me interrupt here, Richard, if I can. I'm going to ask because we have these two. One, I guess Metro Atlanta, you're the largest RESA as far as student population and number of schools, correct?
Yes.
Give me, and you went to 14, you said, of coaches with you now, 472 or something, elementary schools. What's the face-to-face contact of your coach with a teacher in a classroom?
In Metro, again, because of the size and the sheer number of schools, we've worked with our districts to say, where do you need us? Where would you like us to be? Many times we are working directly with coaches and we're supporting coaches. Sometimes that is directly in a classroom with teachers, but sometimes that is supporting the coaches at the district level. It depends on the district. As we've said, we have tailored it to what the district's needs are. We're doing everything from creating online modules for the coaches to have, for professional learning to deliver to teachers themselves. Sometimes that is face-to-face with teachers and providing feedback to teachers. Our coaches are right there alongside the district coach. And sometimes it's us really, again, focusing on the coaches themselves and trying to build sustainability so that those coaches are very well equipped to walk in and do the same sort of work that we would do when we're not able to cover the sheer number of schools that we have. But it can be teacher facing, but in Metro, it's probably going to be more coach facing training that we're doing while providing side-by-side support with that coach, which can also be in the classroom as well.
Gotcha. How about with the Savannah River?
And I would echo what Leanne is saying. However, because in those 9 districts that are small, we've been able to say each coach has 2 schools. So they are face-to-face teachers several days a week, several days throughout the month. And again, Richmond and Columbia. Richmond, because they had a pretty strong coaching system, plus they had CSI coaches, they had growing readers coaches and their own coaching, which tends to be instructional coaching, meaning a coach might have to do math and literacy and support all the teachers in their school. We really walked with those. Our coach that's assigned there walks with them, and they've identified several schools that really didn't have the support they needed and in order to be successful, because we knew, again, CSI schools or growing readers schools had that additional support, but some of their schools that did not even have maybe a district coach or maybe a district coach is new and they need that support. So they've identified a few schools so that that coach can be teacher facing. In Columbia, a little different. However, just in the last month, Columbia has identified a couple of schools after our coach has walked with the coaching leaders from the district. They've been able to even identify a couple of schools that they're saying, we want these to be your schools. So that, again, even there, it is often teacher facing, but pretty much the work, again, around professional learning, around coaching for those coaches, and then even just supporting literacy in general, the science of reading, professional learning. So I would echo, again, a lot of the work that's been shared today that our coaches are able to do.
Go ahead.
I'm just having trouble getting my head around the fact the Metro has got, you said 400 schools?
473 elementary schools. We have a little over 700
Those
schools.
elementary schools would have an average of how many classes that would need to coach and help with?
Oh, goodness. I couldn't even tell you how
So
many
you're
classes.
talking
that
about,
would be.
we're talking about a horrendous.
It's a large number.
Yeah.
It is.
So Richard, take that and relate that to First District RESA as what we would have in First District RESA elementary schools versus the coaches.
We're the second largest metro with the Ocean St. Grant. We've got 103 elementary schools, and 20 systems. And, so we've got 9 coaches there. They've got 14 in metro. I guess Savannah Chatham represents a large number of that. They've got, 40,000. Then I've got, Evans County and McIntosh who have 1,000 kids each. But I've got a number of systems that have only one element.
So have we underestimated our number of coaches that we need? I mean, that sounds like a huge, and maybe I'm pretty naive on this, so please don't, I hope the group doesn't think that I know what I'm talking about, because I don't. But I do understand numbers. But that sounds like a horrendous number of classrooms per coach.
There are a lot of classrooms per coach. However, again, in Metro, where we have got networks of coaches built into our districts, there is a lot more support than, let's say, in a region like Debbie's, where, again, as she mentioned, there was a district that didn't have any instructional coaches. And so we've got a large network in many of our districts of instructional coaches. And that's why a lot of our work has really been coach facing, is working with those coaches to build their capacity, and then working alongside them, sometimes in classrooms and sometimes teacher facing, and providing support for teachers as well.
So the 400 schools that you're talking about, and I might have missed this point, some of those schools may be CSI schools also.
That's correct. Some of those schools may be CSI schools and they have a coach where we would not be included in those. We also would not be serving those growing reader schools that are participating. So it probably would look a little bit more like maybe 400 and, I don't know, 20, 30 schools that we would have as Let's Read Georgia coaches. Still a lot.
So you think you would still have how many?
Probably, I don't know how many CSIs there are in Metro elementary coaches. Do you know, Amy? Okay, 7. So it's still a large number. It's still well over 400.
So, okay. Wow, thank you.
But again, we're doing a great job working with the coaches in the districts that are already existing. I also want to mention that we are very lucky that we've been able to support our state charter schools as well. They've been a huge audience for us in Metro with the largest number of state charter schools. They've been very, very receptive to the help that we've been able to provide, and we've been very happy to be able to support that network as well.
So based on that number of schools and that number of coaches, say 400 schools, how many teachers have y'all been able to reach during that period of time?
And I don't know the specific number of teachers. I can pull that information for you and send it to you for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Senator Hickman, to your point, speaking from the example of Savannah Chatham, they have a district coordinator, they have a district coach, and they have a coach in all 34 of their elementary schools. So the work that we do with them is providing professional learning, is coming in when they have a coach that may be newer, that we can provide some support and coach that coach up and help them to get better at what they're doing. Or if there's a specific school or a specific classroom that they want us to go in, we would do that versus trying to cover every classroom in a particular.
Please don't understand me. I'm not criticizing. I'm just trying to make a point that we do have enough to meet what we're trying to get done. That's my point.
1,330 something elementary schools. We can get one in every coach, a coach in every one of them.
And those schools would average how many classes in each school, Richard? 13, probably 4, 5, 6. I mean, you're talking about horrendous numbers. Yeah.
Gotcha. But let me, because I see other superintendents amongst your group of RISA directors. I always envisioned myself, and I think I proved it. I was a better superintendent in the school than I was in my office. And I would hope that the philosophy would be of these coaches, they're better in the schools than they are sitting behind their desk. And that's a little bit of the expectation I'll bring to y'all as we move forward there. So thank you. Great presentation, Richard. We'll turn it back over to you, and we're going to need to move quick. We're eating up your time is what we're doing up here. So
I just want to make a couple of points. The same message between the three groups. We meet with the coordinating committee every month. And talk more often than that, where all three coaching groups are combining their talents, led by Ms. Lutz and her group at GOSA. And then the other part that we're engaged in is the leadership piece, and it's working with our principals. Pioneer RISA is piloting a group, a project this year to work directly with principals. All of us have either an APEL or a New Leaders Academy, and we're making sure that we're working with literacy in that. Literacy is a standing agenda item on my board of control every month. So we'll kind of turn it over to y'all on any questions that you may have.
First of all, I hit most of my questions. Let me look at I'd like to, in the future, not today, have a conversation about the needs assessment in the development of that as you're going in. I think it's good to know how you do that and how you use that needs assessment. I see it on your sheet, and that hits. Members, let's start. Senator Payne, I believe. Question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question was, someone mentioned involvement with state charter schools. I was just curious at how is the participation with local charter schools?
Leanne, was that you?
Push your button. We'll train you how we do it. Push that button right there, and I'll cut you on there. Right.
Uneducated in the ways of
There you go.
the
We
poor.
got you.
Thank you so much. We've had a great reception from our state and local charter schools. We probably are working face to face with teachers more in those schools because they're smaller number. But certainly they have absolutely welcomed us with open arms, and we've provided a lot of support for them because they don't have that district support network quite often to support them in their efforts and professional learning and coaching. So we've had a great reception by that group.
Thank you. I was just curious. Dalton State just created the first local charter in over 10 years.
Okay.
And they're big supporters of growing tomorrow's educators as well as nurses. And so that's why I was just curious how.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Great question, Senator. Number 6, is that you, Representative Townsend?
Just real quick, I just want to say thank you. I think what you did was set the process first and then really hit the classrooms. And as Chairman Irwin said, I couldn't send it better myself. They belong in the classroom as much as they can, or teaching the teacher, or teaching the coach. And once that happens, that's when learning happens. And so I really appreciate it. We do have to find out long-term, Chairman Hickman, what you kind of mentioned, the schools that are really not complying with the law, really don't want to. Their scores are super high. We understand that. If they're still low and deciding not to follow the suit, then we do need to look at that as well. Hopefully all that data is coming to fruition and we can follow up on that.
Thank you, Representative. All right, Chairman, we're going to move on then on the agenda. If you don't have anything, other questions, I believe next on the agenda was Kathy, are you up? I believe you are. Would you come to the podium here Kathy Matthews, and introduce yourself, and we'll tell them about your program first, and then go into the questions we've asked you.
With this one? Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to echo what all of the directors said. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing to support literacy in the state of Georgia. It makes me proud to have representatives and senators who are doing this very, very important work. And I'd also like to tell you who I am and then a little story. My name is Kathy Matthews, and I am the Growing Readers System Manager. And I am so blessed to work with all of these directors that you heard from today. They are the brightest and best in our state, and I am so proud to be a part of this work. When I was 42 years old, 20 years into education, I told Leanne Putman that when or if I ever grew up, I wanted to work for ERISA. It is a wonderful place to work, and I am so proud to be a part of such a fine group of educators. So thank you for having me today. I do want to talk about Growing Readers and tell you that everything about Growing Readers is based on a partnership approach. In 2015, Growing Readers became a little idea based on Martha Ann Todd from the Governor's Office of Student Achievement. She asked the ERISA directors to take on this project and work with teachers in Georgia to improve outcomes for our readers. And at that time, this group of directors, some additional directors, were able to come together to say what we want, and I use the word that one of the directors used, is a grassroots approach to supporting literacy in Georgia. We have got very, very fine educators at our ERISAs. Let's put their minds together and let's work to help translate research into practice, because I think that's the hardest thing for teachers right now. Is we've got all of this research, all of these expectations, all of the laws. Well, they need help taking all of that information and putting it into classroom practice so that it transfers to our students. And so we are grateful to the Governor's Office of Student Achievement and the Department of Education, because without their strong partnership with the ERISA network, Growing Readers would never have been possible. We also have thought partners with the Rollins Center, and they have provided so much support as we have learned more about the science of reading and grown our own project. We also are partners with Lexia, who administers letters training across the state, across the nation. And they have also been thought partners, providing us research when we need research so that we can drive the development of this work based on the science and research. And we have always been a part of the Get Georgia Reading campaign. We're a part of that professional learning. As you said, it is so important for us to get to the teacher level and to help them change practice in the classroom. And so being a part of that professional learning work has been a great challenge, and we have been very excited about the work we've been able to do. Most importantly, we partner with teachers, administrators, district leaders, and coaches to support the work around literacy. We believe that it is not that we are coming in and telling people what to do. We believe that it's our job to build on the strengths that are within that district and within those classrooms and support them with becoming better at what they're doing and more aligned with what the research says is good for students. So I wanted to share that we have launched what we call Growing Readers 2.0 this year. We did this very intentionally because Growing Readers 11 years ago, that little bitty idea that we all worked on for so long, it has changed so much since 2015. As the science has evolved, so has Growing Readers. And so we wanted to signify that growing readers is now, it evolves with the science. We have also evolved with our data. We have a comprehensive evaluation for our work, and we use that evaluation data to revise and refine the work that we do with teachers in classrooms so that we are making sure that what our work is focused on is impacting teaching and learning. So that's what the 2.0 signifies. For those who participated many, many years ago, we have changed greatly along with the evolving science. We have an organizational structure that I wanted you to be aware of. Again, this has been administered by Georgia's RESA network, and at the helm have been our executive directors. And I want you to know that as far as hiring goes, I'll echo that we also had a common job description for our growing readers coaching specialist. We also had expectations that were common for each person related to their experience. And these executive directors have hired amazing talent to serve in these roles. So a big thank you again to all of you for the wonderful people that you've added to this team. I am the system manager and a part of the design team. So along with the design team, I work to set clear expectations for those who are working within the system. I work to set clear expectations for what it is that we do with the teachers who we serve. And then we are in charge of developing, implementing, and evaluating the system so that we can make continuous changes to the system. And then the executive directors serve as the supervisors. We serve as the support system to those growing readers specialists. I wanted to tell you a little bit about our folks. Again, thank you to you for hiring such amazing people. All of our coaches who are working face-to-face with teachers have at least 11 years of experience. And so the amazing thing I think about our data is that 49%, almost half of our coaches have been in education for 30 plus years. So we've got educators who have retired and come back part-time. And there's so much value in that because then we're not having to borrow from our districts. We're actually using retired educators who have the talent and the experience to do the work. All of our 95% of our folks have a bachelor's and a master's degree. 57% pursued the specialist degree, and 4 out of our 43 have a doctorate. And so we have a group of specialists, coaching specialists, who truly believe in continuous growth and learning. As far as endorsements, 65% of our coaches are endorsed with our coaching or teacher support and coaching endorsement through the PSC. 45% of them are reading endorsed. We have 25, a quarter of our folks are also dyslexia endorsed. And then because we do have such a high population of ESOL students across our state, even 30% of our folks are ESOL endorsed. We've got 30% gifted endorsed. And in addition to those who have leadership through their specialist, we also have those who got the leadership add-on. So that makes 77% of our folks having either a specialist degree or a leadership add-on. So they are also very, very knowledgeable about leading this kind of work. We have, all of our folks have completed approved literacy training as required by the Georgia literacy and dyslexia law. 34 out of 43 got it through either the Georgia Literacy Academy through the Department of Education or Cox Campus modules. And then 15 of 43 have also completed the letters training. So they didn't just stop with what they had to do. They are the kind of people who want to go go beyond that. We even have some of them who are certified to actually conduct letters training. And then 13 of 43 have both. So we've got a group of very highly qualified, highly trained growing readers coaching specialists in our group. This is our cohort by the numbers for this year. I wanted you to know about how many teachers that we serve. Growing Readers is much more intensive, and it is very teacher facing for the most part. And so we do have a smaller caseload for each of our coaching specialists. We are serving 680 teachers directly in classrooms. And then we also, alongside those teachers, we serve coaches as well. Because one of the concerns that we've always had about our coaches is that they don't get a lot of professional learning and support. And so it is essential that our coaches have the opportunity to get that kind of professional learning and support. So we serve 56 coaches in 79 schools across the state within 40 of our districts. And that equates to about 13,600 students for this 2-year cohort. So we are making a good impact across the state. Our Growing Reader specialists, if they are full-time employees, they serve a caseload of 24 teachers as well as coaches. It could be up to 3 coaches that they serve. And that caseload, we started in 2015 with 48 teachers and realized very quickly that the quality goes down the more teachers that you're trying to serve effectively. So in Growing Readers, we have a rollout and we do our learning in cycles. And so the cycles over the 2-year cohort, we have 4 cycles, and they kind of follow the school semesters. So the first cycle we are in right now with our brand new cohort, and it kicks off with offsite professional learning. This is when we pull teachers together from multiple schools, and we build knowledge, skills, and confidence for teaching reading. We try to make connections to the district and schools' high-quality instructional materials. We are helping them see the alignment of the work they're doing to Georgia's new ELA standards. And then we are taking that science and translating it into classroom practice. When teachers leave our professional learning session, they go straight back to their schools with expectations of what they need to do. It's very common expectations for what they need to do. And then our on-site coaching, where we go into classrooms side by side with teachers, supports implementation of those expectations. And so the coaching may include things like additional knowledge building. It will include modeling for teachers. It includes planning for lessons. It includes co-teaching lessons side by side with teachers. And then it also includes in the moment feedback to teachers through coaching strategies and moves to help the teacher implement successfully the first time. What we are trying to do is eliminate some of the misconceptions before they're practiced. So we actually whisper in and say, do this if they're implementing something that is not with fidelity. And that provides a lot of support to those teachers right there in the moment. So we engage in those cycles. In January, we will begin another offsite professional learning session. There will be expectations for those teachers to walk away and do things that they need to do in their classroom, and side by side teacher-facing coaching to help them do those things in their classrooms. And that happens 4 times over the course of the 2-year project. One thing that was important, and I'll echo what Let's Read Georgia said about consistency. Setting clear expectations for these coaches is critical. When you want to evaluate something to see if it's making an impact, it is important that you are implementing the same thing. Because if we had everybody doing different things, we couldn't pinpoint what's working. And so we have service actions over the course of the 2 years that every single Growing Readers coaching specialist engages in over the 2-year project. They have two-day offsite professional learning sessions each year. So their teachers are pulled together for offsite learning, and then they go straight back to their schools, and all teachers receive 4 3-contact coaching rounds each year to support implementation, which ends up being about 12 targeted coaching interactions with teachers. In addition, we have found that as they are implementing these new practices, there is a need for differentiated support, just like there is with our students. And so as we gather data about our teachers, we also design and implement 48 differentiated teacher-facing coaching contacts that are not common, but they are directly aligned to what the teacher needs. We also do network meetings for our coaches because, as I said, it is so important that we are building capacity of our coaches alongside the work we're doing with our teachers, because those coaches need to be able to sustain the work after we're gone. And so we provide these network meetings to build coach content knowledge around the science of reading, and then also coaching moves that they can engage in when they are working directly with coaches. We found very early on that without administrators on board, this work would not be implemented successfully in schools. And so we engage our school-based administrators in 2 leadership sessions that are a half day each. And what we do with them is we share the expectations we have for teachers, and we give them strategies and tools to support implementation in their building. And then we include 2 learning walks with their district and school leaders to help them as they go into classrooms admire the change in teacher practice, because we want to see the work that is happening with our teachers. We want to ensure that we're celebrating that, and then that we're building on those strengths to determine what are we going to do at the school level next to continue this work with our kids. And then we also hold data meetings with our teachers and coaches during the cohort. We hold 6, 3 each year. We look at our universal screener data. We look at the diagnostic data that teachers have, and we help them establish goals for their students and goals for their classrooms. Finally, we do 5 implementation observations. And I know normally observations are done to assess the teachers, but we do these observations to assess our coaching, because we want to ensure that our coaching is leading to teacher change, because our teachers are a direct reflection of our practice and our coaching work. And so those observations help us determine those next steps for differentiated coaching support that we'll be doing in those 48 differentiated teacher-facing contacts each year. So they have a very, very, very busy schedule that is really focused on as much time as possible that we are sitting side by side with teachers doing the work. We engage our coaches in ongoing professional learning as well. Our folks, as you could tell from their experience, believe in continuous growth, and we prioritize that from the very beginning. And I thank the directors for allowing that to be a priority, because our coaches need that professional learning and growth to be able to effectively serve the teachers they are serving. Every year, we conduct 8 3-day professional learning sessions with our growing reader specialists. So we're devoting a lot of time to their growth. We, as a design team, will engage them in all of the teacher, leader, and coach PL that they will be delivering, because we want them to experience it before they provide that professional learning to the staff members that they are serving. We also use this time to build reading content knowledge, their understanding of the science of reading, provide coaching moves that support their work in classrooms with teachers and strategies. We want to ensure that we have common language, and we also want to ensure that we have clear expectations. Just like Let's Read Georgia, we have had the great opportunity to work with professionals and experts in the field of both literacy and coaching. Last year, we were able to hear from Wiley Blevins, who gave us some great tools and resources for effective phonics and phonemic awareness instruction. And then we had one of the most transformative people we worked with was Kate Bishop, who has transformed the way we do our coaching. And we have seen a lot of gain as a result of that work with that consultant. And we've also worked with Sucheta Kamath. She has helped us with the executive function work and helping us understand how important it is, and particularly for struggling readers, that they're able to regulate their own reading. It's a difficult thing because with reading, so many things are happening at the same time. So she's helped us learn more about that, and we are grateful to that. I do want to say that the collaboration with Nick Philman from the Department of Education has been so helpful. I'm going to tell you that I personally sit down and eat dinner with him, and we talk about work, because it's so important that we are connected around the work that he's doing in schools and the work that we're doing in schools. And because I get to be a part of this RESA team, it is very, very easy for us to collaborate with Let's Read Georgia. I'm so grateful to Dr. Allie Good she connected with me early on last year to really make sure that we were starting to bridge the gap between what Let's Read Georgia was doing and growing readers. So I'm grateful for the inclusion. Dr. Lori Allison also shared with us the micro-credential that Michelle Palmer talked about, and we are engaging in that work right now. So there are a lot of great things that have happened because of the great collaboration. And I can call Amy Denty just about any time I need to, and she is right there to support. So it is just as you hoped for and wished for. There's great collaboration going on between all of the agencies. Our goal is to close the gap. That's why we're doing this work. And what we know is that those students who are struggling with reading tend to make less than a year's progress in reading, even when they're in school for a whole year. We have to change that pattern. And our goal is for those students to make more than a year's progress, because if they continue on the trajectory that they're on, they're going to continue to fall further and further behind. And so we are proud that the average growth for students who have been in growing readers classrooms for the past 2 years is 1.4 years of growth. That's 1 year and 4 months of growth. So that's going to help close that gap. We've got a long way to go, and we don't have all the answers, which is why I'm thankful for the team, because we work together to find those answers. But we are closing the achievement gap, and I'm super proud of that. And I want to share a couple of examples so you know where this is happening. I want to start with one from Dr. Alexander's RESA. This is a district snapshot of Jefferson County schools in CSRA RESA. And this is a very small district. But what they did that I think was so powerful is it's not just us with growing readers. They prioritized this work. They prioritized supporting the teachers in that district at all 3 of their elementary schools with implementation of growing readers and scaling that project. They began this work with Carver Elementary, Rennes, and Louisville Academy in 2019 and have continued to be a part of this work since that cohort. And we are so proud to say that they're closing the gaps. And here's what we know is when they began the work with us in 2019, their ELA proficiency percentage was 34.42%. After the closing of our last cohort, their Georgia Milestones proficiency easy for me to say, proficiency percentage was 46.69%. That is growth of 12 points. And that is a significant amount of growth for that district. And I have to say that it is mostly because of the district's commitment. You asked what makes this work? What about those folks who push back? The best results are in the districts and the schools where you have district support, where you have administrator support, and teachers have bought in and feel like they are supported. So very proud of the work with Jefferson County. And I want to share one more example, and this is in Griffin-Risa. This is a district spotlight of Butts County schools, and they started their implementation just this past cohort, and they are continuing their implementation in this cohort. So they are scaling to additional teachers. And what is so exciting about this district is that their superintendent of schools supports this work. He is committed to it. He can speak the language of growing readers. He knows what his teachers are expected to do, and that's a big deal for a superintendent, and I respect him very much for that. The other thing is that he supports district administrators and school level administrators with making sure that the conditions are there for all teachers to effectively implement the work from growing readers. And it is that systemic approach that I think has led to their achievement gains and to what they're seeing in their schools after just 2 years of implementation. It is all about the district support alongside the support from growing readers coaching specialists. And that has made the difference in this district. And what we know is it is ideal. And you asked this question, it is ideal for there to be a coach sitting next to every teacher. It is ideal. But our coaches are not there every single day with these teachers. We have a specific number of contacts, and we're still making gains because of the systematic and systemic approach that is occurring in our work. I wanted to show some of their data, and I want to just give you a picture of what this data is so that you understand. This is Butts County School System Spring Map data, which is an assessment that is given to all students in their district. And what they noticed in their work, if it's highlighted green, those teachers were supported by a growing readers coaching specialist. And in kindergarten and first grade, as an example, what they noticed is that a growing readers teachers who had been served by the specialist were scoring above the national grade level mean, as well as the district grade level mean in kindergarten. What I want you to notice in particular about the first grade is something that I think is on the hearts and mind of all of us. Those teachers that were supported through growing readers are special ed teachers. They in Stark Elementary, if you'll notice, 179 and 175 for their special education students is above the national grade level mean for their special education students. That's something to be proud of. They are closing that achievement gap. And even in EIP and their other special ed classrooms, they are getting closer to that national grade level mean. So we are super proud of the work that has gone on in Butts County. And again, it is all about the work of the coach in a district that sets the conditions for success. That's what makes this work. And so I again thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity to speak with you. I just am honored to be able to be here with you, and I am honored that you have provided the means for me to get to do some of the most amazing work of my career. Are there any questions?
Great, thank you, Kathy. Let me, yes, you do have a couple of questions here. Did I get it right? Your coaches are working with over 13,000 students?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And what grades does that cover?
That is, we work with kindergarten through fifth grade.
Fifth grade. There you go.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We'll jump to questions. Number 6, I believe you were first to push.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Townsend.
you really touched on the very last point of the question I was going to ask about. Do you have the subgroup data, and are you using that to make sure you guide yourselves correctly or effectively so you don't overdo it in one area or the other?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. And I think it's so important that we also, and I did not include this, so I'm glad you asked. We include within our growing reader specialist meetings, when we come together for learning, we look at data. We look at everything from our evaluation, professional learning evaluation data, all the way down to the student level data. And we look for those particular trends because that is something that we're really, really hyper aware of, is we want to get those students who have traditionally been underperforming. We want to close that gap for them. Yes, sir.
When you're speaking special ed, what part of that, how far do you go regarding the kids' ability? I know LD kids, of course, eventually they should be meeting the bar. Those kids can meet the bar. But what about the ones who are more severe, profound, or moderate disabled? Do they count in these numbers, or?
That's a great question. When we began this work, we were serving the teacher of record, which means we were serving classroom teachers. We then found through our data that we needed to get some EIP teachers involved, some special education teachers involved. And so although we do not serve those in the most profound, we serve special education teachers who are either push in or pull out with small groups in not in the profoundly, but in other areas. Any
All
other
right.
questions?
Yes, we got a few more. Kathy, Representative Hilton.
Mr. Chairman, right here.
Oh.
You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Thank you.
You're coaching existing teachers. Are you finding new teachers to the industry? Do they require, hopefully they're getting the coaching during their education. So do they come in coached up, ready to go, or?
I think I'm just going to tell you my honest answer, which I think you'll appreciate. I don't think that there is any amount of time that we could have teachers in educator preparation that would prepare them to be the professionals they have to be. It is, in other words, 4 years isn't enough, which is why I think the coaching work is so important. I think that colleges and universities are better preparing educators, most definitely, and they're providing a lot of support to those educators. But I think we all, when we get in that classroom and the rubber hits the road, it is very, very challenging. And for me, had I been a beginning teacher with a coach side by side with me, I would have been a much better educator.
Can you go back to the Jefferson County milestone slide?
Yes, sir.
Back one more.
I think the previous one. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, I was concerned. So you've been at it in Jefferson County since 2019. So about 6 years. So you've gotten those kindergartners that you started with are now 4th, 5th, 6th. The percentage change is good, but it concerns me that more than half are still not proficient.
It concerns us too. Yes, sir, it does. And I will tell you, something to know about the rollout is the way that that we're doing it within Jefferson County is they started with a small group of teachers. We scaled it to another group of teachers and then scaled it to another group of teachers. So the entire school was not completely trained until 2025. So because of our capacity, we can only serve 24 teachers per cohort, which if you want that high quality teacher facing coaching, you can't get a whole school in 1 year. And that's the difficulty is we're serving 8 teachers in Rennes, we're serving 8 teachers in Louisville, and we're serving 8 teachers. So we have to get it to all of their teachers, which means that some have not been trained and coached until 2 years later. Does that make sense? So it's a rolling cohort. You know, if we had additional coaches, we could do more. But I think it's because it's not cumulative that we're seeing, we're adding teachers each year, which is getting 2 more students each year.
Other concern, and I'll just leave it, the high school graduation rate for Jefferson County is 91%. I don't know, it's just interesting.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And really, my question is for each of the presenters today. My microphone wasn't working a while ago, but I just want to comment first of all to say thank you. Your mission on your consistency, your continuous improvement, your collaboration is so evident. And last but not least it's very clear in this room how much each of you love what you're doing. And all of us have been in a school when leadership loves what they're doing and that energy and that climate in that school transforms immediately. So it gives a lot of hope to the work that we're doing and the commitment we're here to help you with to see that. My question is what does the capacity look like for increasing our coaches without sacrificing quality? Each one of you that come up here, you know, tremendous credentials, lots of experience, without sacrificing quality. With more money, could you double your reading coaches? Does that workforce exist?
I believe it does, and I think you would all agree. I believe it does, and especially, you know, one of the great things is that pool of retired educators that we have, because after 30 years, their heart is still in it and they want to continue the work. That is a great group. And just like Dr. Alexander said, she's able to hire some part-time folks to address more additional schools within her area. That is a great advantage that we have. And that is something that you all have allowed us to do, which I think really does help us to not pull them from a district if we don't have to. But there are also some great people in districts who can make, like Dr. Downs said, such a greater impact when they're working with more. So I do believe it's there. Anyone else? Sure.
Press your button.
In recess, we're allowed to participate in ERS, like the Department of Ed is, then we could hire some of these people full-time at reset rather than work with a 49% annual we have to play when these teachers retire from the schools. And that bill comes up every few years, and then it just never gets any power behind it because it's just 16 recess. But that's something that you as legislators can really give us some power in our hiring as a reset, and you would allow us to participate in ERS. And I'll step off and
Thank you, Shanna. You through, Vice Chair?
Thank you.
Great, thank you. We're gonna go with one more. Senator, I believe you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, from the data that you have, do you have any measure of those kids, you know, because the general probation officer, 30 years, always, you know, solve the literacy issues, and such a high percentage of my kids as probation kids at 15, 16-year-olds did not ever go to kindergarten. So do you have any data so that we could measure to know where those kids are winding up by the time they get into the 3rd grade that do not go to kindergarten? They just show up on day 1 of 1st grade, and a lot of those kids don't even know their ABCs on the first day of 1st grade. So
That's a great point. And what is great is Stacy, working with Stacy, I know you all know her. She has been able to, when she was at the Governor's Office of Student Achievement, managing just the growing readers work, she's been able to collect data with the GTID, a student identification number. And so with a lot of analysis and a lot of work, we could look at something a little more longitudinally so that we could see what's happening, particularly for those who may come in with those circumstances. We have not done that work yet, but it is a great idea, and I think it's something we could do. Stacy?
Very, very much so, but the things we look at over time, and I'm talking specifically now about our readers. Part of what issue has been that Kathy's already talked about is that it's been a roller coaster. We've only been able to serve a cohort of teachers, which is 8 teachers in school, so there's not continuity across years. So if the child has a Lawyer teacher in kindergarten, not necessarily sure that they will have a Lawyer teacher in first grade and second grade and third grade. So we lose that continuity over time, so we're not able to say, even within a cohort, simply because we can't mandate at the school level. What we can do now that is extremely powerful, and we are looking very forward to across systems, is the ability to do that kind of analysis, because we're gonna have Springer data, and that Springer data is universal. And so we can actually look at in-year progress and in-year impact of teachers. And we can say things like, in a classroom that has a coach, this is the in-year growth that we see versus in any classroom not coach, whether that is in a school level or system like the CSI coach, where we could say, here's a demographically similar school that's not a CSI school, it's not have a benefit coach. What's the difference in the impact of this in terms of student growth? That gives us then also the ability not to have a work-based system where we don't look at different children year to year. We're looking at same children and the same kind of growth in year to year. So we could say, this child grew this much, I use it to Kathy, on average, a child in the learner's classroom, based on historic data, growing 1 year in employment growth. That child's trajectory is jumping. So what happens in the next year when that child is in the employment classroom? If the trajectory flattens, we know that child hasn't necessarily lost more, but that child is growing sufficiently to get that right. So we have the ability to this universal Springer data, because we can look in your child by child with the GTID, and we can track it. So the potential is there based on the data that's now collected for all 3 systems. And in different facets, like the CSI, the school match, the growing readers that would be in school, the teacher match, and the Let's Read Georgia coaches, it would have to be a look at where we have, because of different services. Different service levels, different service application. We could say in these classrooms, we have that kind of in classroom touch versus not in classroom touch. So give us this year and next year to get some comparative data. We'll have that to be.
Senator, you got double teamed on that answer. All right, Kathy, thank you very much. Appreciate your efforts, and thank you for being willing to come communicate with us about this and being a big part of these children learn to read.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna keep moving on. We're gonna give you the adequate time, Amy, I'll tell you that, but we're gonna ask you also to move quick. We have Amy Denty and Superintendent Woods. I believe you were gonna come up with her for a time here, but we'll turn it over to you two for the exact same presentation about our CSI. And I know, Amy, you're playing fill-in some and double duty today.
Yeah, well, again, appreciate Chairman Irwin, Chairman Hickman, again, to all the members of the General Assembly. I think what you found out today that we're talking about literacy, but this is a comprehensive approach that if we are to see, advances in literacy, I think listening to Dr. Barrow's report, we got to have great teachers. We got to have great leaders. One of the things that I'm proud to say is that within the Department of Education, we had to have great standards. And now we're rolling out our new literacy LA standards this year. That's been roughly about a 10-year battle to get that. Within these standards, we do actually have the science of reading. We talk about phonics. We talk about phonemic awareness. All the things that we knew would mean something is now in place. Also, once we begin to look at the data and again look at this with our CSI approach, that is basically the Mississippi model. It is what you talked about, having coaches inside or at the schools. This was done in collaboration with Dr. Kerry Wright, again, who I know quite well, was the superintendent of Mississippi at this time. We actually have data that shows we've been in there and this past year saw anywhere from a 15 to 29% increase in growth. So I'm not going to take Amy's thunder because again, because at the end of the day, we had to find the right leader to make every student a reader in the state of Georgia, and that's Miss Amy Denty. So Amy, we'll let you come up. All right.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Am I able to get to? Okay, I can probably pull it. Yes, oh, that's not mine. Oh, okay, sorry, that's okay. This one. The one, yes, that one. Let's do the PowerPoint version. That's not me. Okay, that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. That's good. Thank you. Well, thank y'all for having us here today. It's great to be able to follow our Let's Read Georgia coaches and our Growing Readers coaches. There's so much great work going on in the state of Georgia around literacy, and it's great work to be able to do, and it's hard work and necessary work. And I know y'all met this morning about teacher recruitment and retention, and I cannot tell you how closely those two things are related. We've all been talking about coaches and the importance of coaches. Teachers who are well supported and teachers who feel well supported stay in our profession. And then they say good things about being a teacher, which trickles down to people who are trying to decide what to do with their lives. And that recruits people into our profession. And so coaching is not just about helping our boys and girls be able to read well. Coaching is really much more global than that. And so I am so sorry that Dr. Nick Philman couldn't be here today to tell you this story, because much of this work is Nick's work. But Nick is with our CSI coaches and their principals today at a regional quarterly that's been on the books for a long time. And so, but I would be remiss if I didn't sing the praises of Nick. He is a brilliant man and a tremendous coach, and we all learn so much from him every day. And so hopefully you'll have a chance to hear from Nick though later. So our CSI coaches have been in place for a year now, and the document that you see here, and you can grab that QR code, or I'm happy to send this report to you, is our initial rollout and early impacts. And I'm going to be talking very quickly today, but everything that I'm going to say you can delve into it much more deeply in that impact report. Last year, we had 60 coaches in 24 districts, and that touched about 18,000 students. And our universal screener data showed from the beginning of the year to end of the year about a 15% improvement. And that meant that fewer students were significantly at risk of not achieving reading proficiency at the end of the year than at the beginning of the year. And we already know that the work that's being done in these schools is creating ripple effects across our state. And that next to the last bullet is the most important one on this slide. What we know from our data, and I'm going to share that with you today, is that higher levels of structured literacy implementation, that is all of the things that are encompassed in House Bill 307, paired with more direct coaching support, creates the greatest student gains. And so I hope that you'll hear throughout this presentation that we're looking at how coaching affects teacher practice, but we're also looking at how coaching ultimately affects those student outcomes. So what are CSI schools? Just a quick minute on this. The map shows all of the places where we have CSI schools, and some of those districts have more CSI schools than others. But a CSI school is any public school that has been federally identified through the Every Student Succeeds Act and the state accountability system as needing improvements and support. And so another way of saying it is that they're among the lowest performing 5% of Title I schools in the state, and that's based on our College and Career Ready Performance Index. And they're identified every 3 years. And once a school is identified as a CSI school, they immediately begin to receive some additional support from the State Department. And so the CSI coaches are a new piece of support within an already existing system. And so many of you are aware of Dr. Stephanie Johnson's team, the School and District Improvement Office at the Department of Education, who have always gone in and given robust support to the CSI schools and districts. And so the literacy team has come in as an extra layer of support there. The CSI coaches are funded completely with federal funds now. They are not funded at all with state funds. All of this is federal funds that were provided to support schools. We would love to expand this model that places a school-based literacy coach in the school. These coaches are not employees of the Department of Education. They are hired by their school district. They are hired by their principals. They are employees of that school. They show up at that same school every single day, providing support every single day to those teachers that they work with every single day. And that's important. So our 60 coaches. You can see that the first bar graph shows their years in education, and you can see that the majority of our coaches have somewhere between 8 and 13 years in education. We have 3 coaches who have more than 33 years in education, and our coaches came to us from different backgrounds. Most of them came from K through 3 classrooms, and you can understand how that would make sense. This early literacy work is focused in that K through 3 space. We have coaches that came from the early intervention program. You may know that as EIP. We have coaches who were special education teachers, folks who were district ELA coordinators, and some coaches who were assistant principals. For years of previous coaching experience, and I asked Nick, I said, is that number right, that first one? We have one coach who has more than 35 years of coaching experience, and she still loves it and is still at it. But you can see over here on the right, many of our coaches are in their first coaching experience in our CSI schools. But that's okay because they're receiving tremendous support from Dr. Philman, who is our statewide structured literacy coordinator. Even though these folks are hired by the district and school, we did ask for them to follow a consistent job qualifications. And so we worked in partnership with these schools to develop that job description. And so we did ask that the people that they hired come with some sort of advanced literacy training and coaching training. And so you can see there that the literacy training ranged from lots of different things. You've heard many of these things mentioned already today, and they also have a variety of different coaching trainings. But we continue to support these coaches with continued professional learning. We kind of have 2 pillars here. We have a knowledge building pillar, and we also have a pillar of tiered support and collaboration. And so last year, our knowledge building pillar really focused on a model called student-focused coaching. And we did a deep dive into the Georgia Literacy Academy and the coaching tools that were developed through the Rollins Center and Cox campus as part of the Georgia Literacy Academy. This year, our knowledge building part is focused on the fundamentals of literacy coaching modules that were developed out of the Florida Center for Reading Research and Excel in Ed. And we're continuing to do a deep dive into the Georgia Literacy Academy. We have tiered support with these regional quarterly PLCs. The coach and their principal come to those regional quarterly PLCs because in our model, the coach and principal partnership is a very important partnership. Nick holds weekly virtual PLCs every Friday. He holds one early in the mornings on Friday mornings, starting at about 7:15, and then he holds another one later in the day at about 2, so that coaches have a choice of which one to attend. And then Dr. Billman meets weekly or bi-weekly with every single coach in a one-on-one session to see how he can provide support, to be a thought partner, and to be a helpmate. So what has that meant for our coaches? And this is the part where I'm going to try to slow down my talking just a little bit because this is the important part. This is the data that says that something is happening in these schools where we have these school-based coaches. So we ask coaches to report to us about how they're spending their time. And we've divided those things into these 5 groups that you see here. 2 of these are very direct support. And so one of those we call classroom. And so I want you to think about a coach going in and modeling a lesson or co-teaching a lesson or doing an observation because she and the teacher have talked about something that the teacher wants to work on and the teacher wants feedback. So that's side by side in classroom coaching that happens. That's direct support. The second way of direct support is leading, and that may be leading a professional learning community. So all of the second grade teachers are coming together during one of their planning times, and they're going to do some lesson planning, and that coach may be facilitating that professional learning community. They may be coming together to score some writing samples. The coach may facilitate that. Again, side by side, direct coaching support. So the indirect ways are important. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be there, but these indirect ways we know are not quite as impactful. And so that might be that the district administration wants everybody to do walkthroughs for a purpose that is not that direct coaching purpose. The literacy coach may participate there. The literacy coach may attend meetings or other kinds of trainings that are taking her out of those teachers' classrooms. Or sometimes literacy coaches are asked to prepare something for teachers instead of with teachers. We know that it's often more powerful for them to prepare things with teachers because that becomes a learning experience. So you can see that the majority of our coaches' time has been spent in those direct coaching supports, which is great. But the bar graph below, I want you to think of the orange bars as showing our schools in the CSI cohort that showed the most growth on Universal Screeners and Georgia Milestones 3rd grade scores. And the pink bars are the schools that showed the least amount of growth. And it's very clear that that direct classroom support leads to the greatest student outcomes. And that's what we're all about. We're all about these boys and girls being able to leave us as good readers, writers, and communicators. And so what did we do with that data? So this year, we have asked our CSI coaches to make a goal to spend additional time in those direct coaching supports. They still have to do those indirect coaching supports, but this is the goal. And so you can see that our goal is that our CSI coaches are spending 65% of their time in that direct coaching support. I'm not going to read you this slide or even really try to explain it. I'm just using this slide as an illustration to show you that Dr. Johnson and her team in school and district improvement already have a very structured process for supporting these schools. And they have been so wonderful to invite Nick and me in to be able to just jump right into their process. And so where we really jumped into their process is in that middle part where we're looking at those short-term action plans. And these happen quarterly. Obviously, that's 4 times a year. And so the way we're looking at a short-term action plan for our teachers in grades K through 3 is we want to see if the coaching is having an impact on that teacher pedagogy. This is a structured literacy screening block tool, which is like an observation instrument to ensure that all of the components of structured literacy are happening during that literacy block. The goal for teachers in K through 3 in our CSI schools is that they are meeting 7 of 8 of these indicators 80% of the time. And they're monitoring that in those schools with walkthroughs and visiting these teachers' classrooms often enough to see that this is happening. The blue letters on this tool, those are hyperlinks, and those are really there as coaching tools. Sometimes our administrators in our elementary schools don't have an elementary background and might not know what phonemic awareness looks like. They can click on that link and get about a 1.5-minute video clip from our Georgia Literacy Academy videos so that they see what that looks like before they go in and do that observation. Can also be used as a coaching tool with teachers. If you're not seeing one of the indicators, you can use that as a coaching tool immediately to provide good feedback for teachers. We're also looking at the impact on student reading proficiency, though, every quarter of our short-term action plans. You can see that kindergarten doesn't begin at the same place as 3rd grade. That wouldn't make sense. We have to give our kindergartners time to get there. But essentially, each quarter, we're measuring an important skill that tells us something about that child's literacy journey. This is in tandem with our universal screeners that are done 3 times a year, beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of year. And so we're able to use all of this data to inform practice and to inform how we need to coach our teachers, but we're also able to use it to inform if our students and our teachers are growing. And so I just want to close today with introducing you to one of our CSI coaches. This is Ebony Fulgham, and Ebony is a coach at Michael Hollis Innovation Academy in Atlanta Public Schools. She became a literacy coach as part of this DOE CSI coaching initiative. And after the first year, her school jumped by 13 percentage points for 3rd grade students scoring proficient or above on the Georgia Milestones ELA assessment. And they jumped 29 percentage points in 1 year on reading status, the percentage of students who were reading at grade level or above. And so when we ask Ebony what she attributes that to, she talks about really strengthening that collaborative planning to ensure that teachers could share best practices and were well prepared to go in and teach structured literacy lessons. She also talks about ensuring that structured literacy and the science of reading were at the forefront of instruction. You remember on the first slide that I told you that we knew in places where structured literacy was well implemented, it led to stronger student outcomes. Their school knew they had to focus heavily on phonemic awareness. They discovered that through data digs. She also spent a lot of time pulling in support staff, paraprofessionals, media specialists, all kinds of people to help partner with classroom teachers to provide important intervention services. And I don't have a slide for this, but you can see that this photo was in the AJC. But in that article, Ebony talks about that she doesn't look at her job as a coach as I'm coming in and I have all the answers. Do what I ask you to do. She talks about coming in and walking side by side with the teachers as a thought partner, being able to help figure out what needs to happen and really be a partner for those teachers so that they can do the very best work possible and make good things happen for their boys and girls. Nick and I are always available to you. If you have questions, you can always give us a call or shoot us an email and we will respond to you. Because it's important for us to prepare our students for life, and that starts in the very early grades with our kindergarten through third grade students, making sure they have the best opportunity to become good readers, writers, and communicators for our state.
Fantastic. As y'all can tell, we've got a rock star right here. Superintendent Woods, hang on to her, okay? I'm sure people are calling to get their hands on her. Questions, I was gonna point out here that 60 coaches, is that what I heard?
This year we have 57. We started with 60. We didn't lose any, but that has to do with the feeder programs of the CSI schools. And I won't be able to give you a really clear explanation for that, but we still have a coach in all of our CSI schools that house kindergarten through third grade. We also had a school that is no longer a school that became a program. And so there are little things like
Okay,
that.
with those 50 plus coaches, how many changed over this past year? Do you have any?
Do have that data. Yes, we had good, we had 3 that got a promotion, and so they got a leadership promotion. And don't quote me on this, I think we did lose 4 to other jobs, but we had a good percentage of our coaches who are returned and are back. And one did have to move, but she was able to move into another CSI school in another part of the state. And so that kept a lot of consistency, which was a good thing for that school in the other part of the state. They got a good coach.
Great, great. Well, that says a lot about the job then, whenever the people will stay in the position that they feel they're fulfilling their need and enjoying it. So that's good. And seeing that, and congratulations to Ebony. I'm glad AJC recognized her, and I agree. She's walking alongside and doesn't have the answers. None of us do to everything. So Amy, thank you. Chairman, do you have something here?
Thank you, Amy. Very good presentation. In my district, Evans and Chatham, can I get from you later the statistics as relates to the CSI schools in those 2 areas?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, of course. Can I just say, oh, go ahead.
You mentioned your federal funding. Were you impacted at all by shutdown?
Not that funding was not impacted by the shutdown, was it, Superintendent Woods?
Amy, what keeps me up at night is I want to accelerate this effort as fast as possible because, I mean, these kids, we've only got one shot. I mean, is there anything that we can do more to support this effort?
Yes, we need to.
Expedite it? Yeah.
We need to follow the model that many of our neighboring states who have seen great success in a short amount of time have followed, which is to place school-based coaches who are supported in some way by regional coaches. That is the model that we've seen over and over in states to work. And I know that there is a concern, Kathy, I think, addressed it earlier. I know that there is a concern about, well, if we try to hire a coach for all of our elementary schools, as many other states do, what is that going to do to our teaching population? Because you just met all morning long about the teacher recruitment and retention problem. We have got to look at this as a big picture solution. When teachers are supported, when they feel good about the work that is happening. And I know it sounds like a cliche, But if you have ever been in a classroom and the kid breaks the code and they figure it out and they can read, y'all, there's no feeling like that. If we can support teachers to have that feeling more often, they will stay. And so we can't think small here. We've got to think big. And I will tell you that neighboring states have done it. I think that we do need to look at retired folks as an option. I would urge you to think about the return to work bill and putting literacy coaches as part of that. We are smart enough in Georgia to solve that part of the problem and to give our K-3 teachers the support that they need to do the hardest job in education. Teaching a child to read is the hardest thing we do, most complex thing we do in education. It's hard for us to know that because we all know how to read, and most of us don't remember how we learned. But it is complex business, and I would urge you to think big.
Exactly. All right. Thank you, Amy. Great job. Let me do a little, members, if I can. First of all, let me point out that Joanne Hickman is sitting right over here. Hold your hand up, Joanne. Every time I'm around, Chairman, this lady is in support and of this effort. So thank you. Know him. Scott is the chairman of the Literacy Council. I'm proud of his efforts and drive. And if you drive around the state for anything for literacy, you will see him. So thank you, Scott, for showing up. I also see a executive board member on Literacy Council that I don't believe I mentioned, Andrew Pilgrim.Hold your hand up, Andrew. There you go. On the executive board, another one at anything with literacy, and a great mind on this topic. What we'll do is, the directors and leaders of coaches, I think what I've seen that you've done this year is you've tightened the rope on the mainsail. And if you know about tight ropes on mainsail, we're going to pick up pace and good things are going to happen. We're going to get to the destination that we're trying to get to in a fast way. So thank you for tightening the rope on the mainsail. Be safe going home. It is Friday afternoon. Look forward to maybe those Bulldogs pulling off a win tomorrow. So go Dogs. See you later.